we're going to be getting in. Now we're going to be getting into the basic of blueprints first. I'll let him introduce what we're going to be doing. So make sure you got your materials, because I know also specifically in this video, there's things that can be used universally. So let's check this out.
To the Unreal Engine 5 Blueprint Beginner Tutorial. In this video, I will explain what are blueprints, why you should learn them, and how to use blueprints within Unreal Engine 5. I will show you step by step how to create some blueprint actors, such as this door, this health and damage boxes, this soccer goal, equipping this hat, and much more. This video is designed for complete beginners with no experience, so without further ado, let's get right into the video. If this is your first time in Unreal Engine, first of all, make sure you obviously have the Epic Games Launcher, link in the description. Make sure you have Unreal Engine 5 downloaded. You just navigate to the Unreal Engine tab, Unreal Engine 5, and then download Early Access. Once you have Unreal Engine downloaded, you can go ahead and click Launch right here.
This is good to note while we're right here, because it does remind me that a lot of these videos that I have are like a year or 2 years old. Doesn't matter. Even Unreal 4 videos that are super old are still good for Unreal 5 stuff, and even farther back for probably even some things as well. But you just do them in different ways now. Or you just download an add-on or something like that. The reason why I'm saying that is because just like Blender, Unreal's out of state. Even though it's updated so much past like all these versions and stuff, you see like where I kind of started right here. And then also going through like basic information is always good, so that's why I'm like still watching this stuff. It's always good to do that. But to get back on my main track, any information that I'm going to be like watching and all that stuff is going to be not out of date. It's going to be somewhat out of date because there might be newer buttons and newer stuff that helps that, but it's still going to be useful information to use in later engines because it still uses like the same mechanics, especially the nodes. The nodes haven't changed like barely at all, if at all, but that's probably going to soon change in the future. So all these videos are going to get even a little bit more out of dated, but they still will work just like Blender. Yeah, keep that in mind.
You can go ahead and launch from the desktop. In here, we're going to click on the Games tab and select third-person template, and we're going to make sure this is obviously Blueprint, and we're going to make sure we include starter content. And then we can name this Blueprint Beginner and click Create. Okay, so first I want to explain what is Blueprint.
Also, it is in projects. Blueprint Beginner. You're not doing anything else?
And click Create.
Just making sure. All right, let's go.
Blueprint is the visual scripting system of Unreal Engine. It can be used to create really anything, for example, cars, weapons, gameplay mechanics, user interface, AI, and much more. Let me show you what a blueprint looks like. So right now we have our third-person example project. We can hit play, and as you can see here, we have our
Mine's different.
Character. We can move our camera around our character.
But this is older though.
We can use WASD to move our character.
This is like pretty early, like really early Unreal 5.
And then we can use the spacebar.
Want to know how? 2021.
For jump. This is a really simple character, and this is all made in Blueprint. So how does that work?
Actually, this is 5. Unreal 5. It doesn't even matter if it's Unreal 5 or Unreal 4 because it's still the same crap. That's the funny thing about it. It's like doesn't even matter.
Click on this character, right-click, browse to asset.
Hey, he does that stuff too. Okay, I want to get back into that. Wait, what did he just do? Okay, here, let me actually slow... Okay, now he's speaking faster. Hold up, let me slow him down now. Now he's rapid firing this information.
We press escape here.
Oh no, that's always there. Interesting. Did I get the right thing? No, okay, so this is the map. Okay. Because I'm looking at his stuff, but... I bet this... No. This is Unreal 5. It's just so different already. Jesus Christ. You can see what they changed so much. Okay. So that's not there, because I thought he did a little cheeky. Maybe he can. Let's see. How do you do that? Oh, because, like, you just... I mean, you know, I'm just trying to figure out a little speedy little... but like a little speedy thing to, like, go to the thing. I know where it's at. Oh, that's right. We got to re-put our filters in too? Wait, why does it look different? Oh, no. Oh, no, it's right here? It is. Okay, so Unreal 5.1 does change the UI a bit up too. So this is over here now? This is new. This feels new. So material. Oh, God. Okay, so that is new. Oh, yeah, I'm right over it. Oh. And I can go and I'll be like, hey, all that stuff, but I'm not going to do that. Because I don't want to do that content. Third person, then I can do it? Or maybe not? Because technically it's a blueprint. Oh, okay. So blueprint class, right? So if I go third person blueprint. Ah, okay. So it's blueprint. Because he's going to do that, right?
You can click on this character, right click.
Third person. Actually, could I just do it from here? It doesn't show me. That's why I didn't do that. Person character. Am I tripping here? I feel like I did something wrong. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I did that too much wrong.
Is where all of the logic of what we just saw there, the camera rotating around the character,
and you see the little person
move around and jump, all of that logic is built inside of this blueprint class.
Okay, so
so I can go ahead and double click.
This is good because this also helps us kind of like reinforce our learning too. Like double checking, wait, this is it? Okay, because now when we think back to this again, is this it? No doubt, because we already had this issue.
To open that class,
Thought so.
and we're going to see here the blueprint window. Now
I'm gonna wait till this opens. There we go. I wanted to bring her up here, but we'll see how that works. Because I might just pop it to the left and do that stuff. Now this is this different? This looks like it's organized. Wait, is this different? It is. It's organized this time. Right? I mean, it could have been, of course, we got different content, but I feel like this is Unreal 5.10 stuff. I could be wrong. Most likely wrong. I don't know. But this is good to just look at. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but this looks... My instincts, like, I'm not remembering this. Like, I'm not, like, recognizing it. That could just happen. I can... Wait, how do we do that again? Yeah. And then, because I wanted to do this. There we go. Here. Wait, we're not seeing it happen. Oh, whoa. Aha. Interesting. Now you're seeing me move above. Aha. Figured it out.
Editor, and we're going to start out right here with these three tabs. First, we have the viewport. So you can see this is actually our character that we saw in our scene. We could move around the viewport by using WASD, just like we would in our normal viewport. We can also select items by left click.
What I'm looking also right now is any differences, and there is. This collider, is there? Or maybe not. Actually, no, there's not. Is there? No, there's not. It looked like it for a second. Or maybe, what is that? I guess it's this, but it's just different. Because his right side was different.
Clicking, and you're going to see it highlight in this components tab.
Okay.
So you can see we have our character, this capsule component,
Collision,
and our camera. You also have your usual scaling, rotating, and translating. So we can select our character. We can scale our character by pressing R, scale up and down.
Oh.
Control Z to undo. We can move our character by pressing W.
It's kind of funny how simple that is. You know what I mean? This is that simple. Just scale.
And move our character around. And then we can also click E to rotate our character. And so we have all the basic controls that we have in the viewport. We also can adjust, obviously, our camera speed so that we don't fly super fast around. And we can also hit F to focus in. Okay,
all the usual stuff. Good to know that again.
So let's talk about this little components window first. So essentially, a blueprint is made up of these components, and it's also made up of blueprint nodes. Components can be physical objects like this, where we have this capsule component. This is supposed to be the collision for our character. We have an arrow component, so we know which way is going forward on our character. We have our character's mesh, which has its animation, so we can see our character walk around, run, and jump. Then we have our camera boom, which tells us where the camera should rotate around the character, at what length, and at what rotation point. Then we have the actual camera that we can see our character through.
Okay.
Then below that we have our character movement component, which tells us how to move our character around our game. And you might have noticed that when I select on different components, we have this little details window on the right.
Yes.
The details window tells us various details about our different components. So you can see here we have our character mesh selected, and we can see our character's scale rotation. We can actually adjust our character's scale, and we can also adjust our rotation. Then we have our animation. Then we have our actual mesh model.
Animation,
we have
mesh.
our materials, and so on.
Okay.
So there's a lot of different things here on each different component, a lot of different details that you can tweak. Alright, now moving on, we have the event graph here. The event graph is where all of the blueprint nodes are stored. So a blueprint node is basically telling us to do some sort of logic. For example, this jump right here is an event. This input action jump, when the character...
Enhanced input action. They already added stuff? Maybe I was already barping on them too much. Maybe 1.0 has added stuff already? That is different. But it doesn't really matter because it's just the same stuff. Jump input can be configured unless it's just a different name. It's like that thing where it's like in the first video. Jump. There is. Okay, so there's there's that. Hold up. That called enhanced. So they did.
Our character will jump.
Yes.
When the spacebar is released, it will stop jumping. Then over here we
so it
have our
definitely does
movement.
Look different. Then.
When we move our character by pressing W on our keyboard, it's going to move our character forward. And then when we press left or right, it's going to move our character left or right. Construction script. Now the construction...
And also get overwhelmed here a little bit, but I understand this. Like, I'm not going to try to fully understand this, but if this makes the person move left and right, good. You know what I mean? Now I know.
Script is a little bit different from our event graph. And what I mean by that is everything on our event graph is executed while in the game. So this means all of the blueprint nodes in here are executed when the game starts and is running when the game is running. Okay, so in the event graph here, you can also right click to pan around and then middle mouse button to zoom. The construction script,
what was I doing the whole time? Was I doing that the whole time?
Is executed before the game even starts. Alright, so those are our three basic tabs. Our viewport, where we can see what our blueprint is made of.
Makes me feel like I'm a little man running, you know what I mean? Like a little guy just like crawling, doing some coding, just like crawling over.
Our different components.
I love the graph.
Our event graph, where we can see all of our blueprint nodes and functionality.
Now it's not working. There you go.
And our construction script, where we can add things that happen before the game starts. Okay, so here on the top bar, I'm gonna...
Before the game starts. So there's a few things of it's here for a reason. I just need to think like how I could think how that would what stuff would be, but I don't know how and if they would be before and not actually in the game.
I'm gonna start over here from the left to the right. We can have our compile button. Right now you see this little yellow question mark. That means that our blueprint needs to be compiled. And when we hit compile, you can see we have a green check mark. So every time that we make a change in our blueprint, we have to hit that compile button. And what the compile button is doing is it's running through all of our blueprint nodes and checking to see if we have any errors. Then we have the save button, so this saves our blueprint. That way we can actually see the changes happen in our game.
I see now. So that's what that is. Okay, never mind. I just realized this is action input, so they're just creating a thing here. And putting it here, I think. Right? Because I thought they're doing that. They're doing a new graph thing. Okay. And then, okay. I think that's what's up. Because I'm seeing this, I'm like, wait a second. Oh. But
We have the browse button, which is pretty standard for
at least we know we need that for work.
all classes in Unreal Engine. If you click it, it will automatically show you third-person character blueprint that we're currently editing in the content browser. Okay.
So browse. So it's this button now. I like it. And then we got find. I don't know what diff is.
So we have a couple other things. We can find certain nodes within our blueprint.
Oh.
We can hide certain nodes that we don't want to see.
Oh, let's
We
go.
have our class settings.
Class.
We have our class defaults. We have our simulation, so we can simulate what's going on. And then we have our play button, which is just play in a new editor window, our game. All right, and then over on the right again is our details panel.
Okay.
So as we select on different things, we can pull up different details on those things. So again, for our components, we can pull up different details on our camera, our character, and so on. Down here is the find results, so we can search for different nodes in our blueprint. So if we wanted to
Find results. Is that because... No. I don't have that. Or I probably do. Where is that? Not here. Yeah, I don't. I don't. There it is. Okay. Always good, because that's like a universal program thing. If you lost a window somehow, go to the window button. It's always there. If it's not, something bugged out. Or it's still there, but it's like somewhere that you can't see it, which you might have to reset back to default and then move it again. I've had to do that with GIMP.
find our jump, we can see, click on the reference here, and
I wonder
we
if
can
it would just
see
do it for this.
where it is in our blueprint node.
Oh,
So this
it
is
does.
helpful for if we have a lot of stuff here.
Yeah.
We can search jump, select it, and we can find it right there. It will also show us here if we have any error messages. It will tell us what is wrong and what we need to check out. So over here on the left, we have the My Blueprint tab, which shows our variables, our functions, and so on. So up first here, we have our graphs. So we have our event graph. We can see all of our different events on our event graph by hitting this little down arrow. We can also add multiple graphs. If we wanted to add another graph here, created it here, new event graph 0, and you can see here it's a new tab right here. So
Okay, so let me just... Oh, maybe not? Oh, it'd be this one. Okay, never mind. No, I see. That's right. Because I would have to... Yeah, okay. Is he going to
we
do
can
that, though?
actually close that
Yeah, okay.
and delete that. Compile and save. So if you ever close your event graph right here, you can always get back to it by selecting, double-clicking your event graph, and it will show it right there. Down here we have the functions. So under our functions, we have the construction script, which we talked about earlier. We can also add a new function by hitting that plus tab. We can put blueprint logic in here and call that function. So I'm going to delete it real quick. And then under here we have variables. And I'm going to skip over macros for now. And we have variables down here. And essentially a variable allows us to store data and information about our character or about various different things in our blueprint. So I'm going to go back to my event graph here. Compile, save this.
So a little different, as you can see. I'm in 5 again. I'm in 5.10. So that's why it looks like this.
We're going to go over all the...
I click third person. There's no BP here. So that's the new third person stuff. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
And essentially a variable allows us to store data and information about our character or about various different things in our blueprint. So I'm going to go back to my event graph here, compile, save this. We're going to go over all the different variable types. So first, to create a variable in our third person character, we're going to hit this plus tab. And you can see here we have new var 0, and it's of the type Boolean. So we can go ahead and name this
That's new.
is dead question mark. And you can see here on the right we have the details panel. And so we have our variable type. We can see here all of the different types of variables that we have. And then down here at the very bottom we have the default value. It says please compile the blueprint. In order to assign any sort of value here, we have to first compile and save our blueprint. Then you can see here we have this little checkbox. You see if we check it, it means true, and if we uncheck it, it means false. So a Boolean is essentially a true or false statement. So we can say, is our character dead? True means this checkbox. Unchecked means false.
God, that's awesome because I see how that can work so much, like used in so many different ways. But I hate these words so much because there's so many, and it confuses the crap out of me. I remember this happened again, but over time, since I'm extremely committed to learning Unreal and all this stuff, I'm going to eventually learn it. It's just, man, I guess it's finally time to do that.
So let's go ahead and show this by creating our first blueprint node. In our event graph.
I just gotta have the word Boolean. It's true or false?
We're going to zoom in here. Right click.
But I understand why though.
You're going to see here we have all actions for blueprint, and you can see here we have a bunch of different things. We have add event, animation, audio, character, cinematics, all this different stuff. So basically we can right click and we can add certain nodes, events, and functions. So for example, we're going to add an event begin play, and you're going to see here we search at event begin play. We can go ahead and left click this, and you're going to see here this event begin play node. So what an event begin play is every time we hit play.
Oh, did I just search it? Oh, it's already in here. Wait. Begin play. Yeah. Is it gonna have one?
Begin play is going to be called. Everything off of this node is going to be executed. And what I mean by that is if you actually drag off of this little arrow.
Oh. No, I see what it's doing. Okay, so this is the first thing. So you have to have this each time. The reason why? Because you can't put all these event begin plays. Unless it's event begin play. I press enter, it pushes me compile. Event play. Yeah, it's pushing me here. Duplicate, copy V. Custom event. Yeah, interesting. So because that's what it's doing. So this is being pushed through, and this is basically a teleporter, and it's teleporting that over here. Which I wonder, will we see red lines, or does it not? Okay, no. So it still gives us that. Oh wait, no. Wait, what did I just do? Wait, did that do what I thought it did? No. I see. I'm seeing the lines going gray when I move the line, so I thought it turned everything off. That would be nice if you saw that. Because then that goes here, right? Triggered, so it's like you see the white line, so it's like going through, white line going through, white line going through, so you can have like all these and they do different things.
You can see here we have a little line. And if we let go of that, you can see we have our little search window where we can add another node. So we're going to add a branch. We'll go ahead and click that.
Be interesting to
And
do.
you can see here we have on our event begin play, we're going to do a branch. Now a branch checks to see if a boolean is true or false. So if we select our is dead,
Okay. This could still work. No, it can't. Yes, it can.
dead boolean, we
And then
can
just drag. I was
it
about to say we just drag
into
and
our
drop.
blueprint node,
Wait, get
and we
is.
can either get
Oh,
the variable or we can set the variable.
what does that
Now
mean?
we don't want to set the variable, we want to get it.
Why?
So we'll go ahead and click on
I'm not
that,
gonna say,
and
but-
you can see we can drag off of the isDead variable and hook it up to the branch. So basically what we're doing here is when we hit play, we're going to check and see if the player is dead. If they are dead, we can do another node and type in print string. And our print string will print out a little message on our screen. And you can see here the default message is hello. I'm going to change this to character is dead. And then off of our false, we can drag off of here and type in print string. And we're going to name this.
Am I tripping on this? I feel like I am. Maybe I'm not. Because now I feel like I'm limited. Hold up. This is interesting. Am I crazy? Oh, God.
You can see here
I guess
player
we'll see.
is not
I might be
dead.
overthinking this.
Up
Probably
in the
am.
top right screen.
I'm probably
I'm
looking at something. This is so weird. Nah, we're good. I'm looking at it. There must be a way that you can do that. It's just,
So we can adjust that by selecting our node right here.
Yes.
Click this little down arrow.
I know we could do that, but that's
We're
different.
going to
though.
change the duration here to 10 for 10 seconds. We'll go ahead and hide
okay.
that. Click this little down arrow and do the same thing. Change that to 10 seconds. Then we'll compile and save that.
Text color.
So we hit play again. You can see here our player is not dead. And the reason why
Because he's not
is
dead.
because we select our Boolean variable here. Or right
Oh,
over
and it's
here.
not dead.
You can see the default value is set to false.
I want to see this. I want to see if my stuff is actually going to work here. It should, because there's nothing wrong. Yeah. Okay, then we go is dead, compile, right?
False, which means that on event begin play, is the player dead? Nope. Print string, player is not dead.
I like how you said that.
So you can see here, Blueprint is basically a node-based system. So we have these different nodes that we can connect together to create a simple flow of gameplay logic. Now, what we can go ahead and do is we can select our variable is dead. We can go ahead and check this little box to make it true. So we can compile, save, hit play. You can see our character is dead.
Dead. And it's going to go
So
for 10
as you can
seconds.
see here, a Boolean is very simple.
Oh, and I can't
It
move
has
too.
two
I can't move.
values,
That's I'm trying to move
either
as my
true
character.
or false. Let me talk.
Because that's right, I disable the movements. But it's like you would want to have that happen if the character's dead. Which is a funny thing because what I have right now gives me that. Also, I guess only shows for 10 seconds and doesn't repeat. Is there like a repeat button or something like that? Okay, so I guess that is actually not bad because it is already doing what I kind of wanted to do already by doing it like this. But still, interesting to that though. So then I can't move, so escape. And then go back. Just double checking. Compile. I can move. Yeah. I'm not dead. Because like also, because I'm thinking, so like if true, oh that's right, you can make it like a thing right here, right? I forget how you do it. He's going to show us, I bet.
talk a little
we
bit
put a thing and then we extend
the
it out. So
Blueprint
I think that's
editor
what I'm
graph,
thinking. Okay,
especially if this is your first
that's how
time
you
using the editor graph. So you can select
do what I was
various
thinking earlier.
objects by
What did I
left
just do?
mouse.
I just double. Oh. What am I doing? It's stuck. It's stuck on this line now. Oh. Okay, there we go. Well, I did it somehow. I just clicked so many buttons. So that's how you would, like, hey, do another one. And then have, like, 40 of these if you need, and then just go all over if you need to. So, like, if you die, I was thinking, how do you enable a transition? Or, like, a cinematic, like, you died, and then it fades off and does something else. Well, you died, and then it fade off. Or you can do this, but I feel like there would be a... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it would just be one event. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm not overthinking it. Maybe I'm thinking it would be overcomplicated when it's simplified already for that stuff. Which it probably is. And then it seems like they're doing this stuff, so it's becoming even more streamlined, where it's just like, add a branch, that's it, type stuff, versus like kind of doing this.
Mouse drag, and you can see here we selected these objects. We can move them around.
Because also to note, they both produce the same result. So at the end of the day, just like with any type of node system, it can be identical, but it doesn't have to be, and it produces the same result.
In a group,
or near to it.
You select more objects like so. You can also disconnect these pins here by clicking Alt and left clicking. And then left click to drag to reconnect.
Alt left click.
You can also hold down Control, click right here, and move it to a different pin.
Yeah, that's what I use.
And then we can hit Alt, left click to unpin that.
Oh, that's really nice.
We can also select and hit delete, really cool. And then Control Z to undo. Alright, so let's go ahead and talk about the other different types of variables that we have, such as the integer, string, and so on. So let's go ahead and add a new variable. We're going to change this to integer, and then we're going to name this to myInt. So you're going to see here at the bottom, please compile the blueprint to set the default value. So we're going to compile and save this. So an integer is just a whole number. You see here we can type in any number. We have 0 first. We can do 1, 2, 300, 5,000, any whole number. What an integer is not is 1.0, 3.0.
So rounds up, rounds down.
0.09. It is not.
That's really important. I know, like, integer, I might not know the words exactly, but I've used these multiple times and I know how to use them. Especially in Blender. That's really important. This is gonna be a really important bad boy to like round up certain things. That's really huge because you will get decimal points. And how do you fix that? Turn into an integer afterwards, so it rounds it up or rounds it down to where you want it.
Not a decimal.
Or like add a point decimal, so it's 0.5, so it rounds it up. Some like cheeky
only
stuff like
whole
that.
Numbers like 1,
that type of stuff's been done forever,
and so on. So for our integer variable type, we can store information.
Also,
such as our player level.
Oh, is this a description for the actual variable? So I could just look here and be like, I put this description here? Test. Or does it put it there? Well, we didn't put it down yet. Because that's got one too. Oh. Is Deadwood Man? I was hoping it would pop here, but it didn't. Oh, I see it. You see it? It's right here. You hover over, test, hover over. Is dead woman. Okay.
How much ammunition?
I like that stuff. That's good.
That's what character's weapon has, and
is that the tooltip? Is that what tooltip is? Probably is. Jesus Christ. Just like the duplicate. Want to duplicate a material in Blender? Plus the flag button, or the F. Well, the F button. Then it was a flag. Now it's just
next up we'll create another variable, and we'll go into the details tab and select the type. We can change this to
64.
A float.
Or floating.
Now we can name the variable type to my float, and then we can compile and save that. Now you're going to see here we have our float value.
Yes, the decimal.
Is 0.0. So a float is a decimal number. So we can do 1.1, 35.3, 29.001, 0.001, and so on. We can have any sort of decimal number. This is very helpful for doing stuff like health or any sort of percentages like 90%, 100%. Okay, let's go ahead and create another variable. We're going to change the variable type here to string. So a string is a string of either numbers, letters, characters, and whatnot. So we'll name this my string. Compile and save that. Then in our string here we can type whatever we want. And then off of our event begin play we can go ahead and just delete all this. And drag off of here and do print string. And then we can drag my string, get my string, and hook it up into the print string. Compile, save, hit play.
Oh, because it is pink.
Play.
Wow.
You can see our string is printed off in the top left.
Well, are we dead? Not anymore, so we got is dead. Okay. I don't think I put any value there, did I? Did he?
So a string is really good.
No, he did. He's dead. Yeah, there we go. And I can't move.
Good for
I like that.
Storing, you know.
Until I want to branch it off to a not is dead, cannot move situation. Because then how do I, like, think of a squad? I don't know. Like you're down, Call of Duty down state.
Text in.
But how many games has that? And do you want that in a lot of games? Interesting.
Information that is numbers, letters, and characters. Let's create another variable. We're going to change this of the type vector and rename this to my vector.
I know vector stuff.
Compile, save that. Our vector here and the default value you can see is made up of 3 different values. So we have an X, a Y, and a Z. You can also hit this little down arrow and it's the same thing as Y and Z. So a vector tells us pretty much the 3 points on each axis of a 3D object. So if we hit to our viewport here, you can see here down on the bottom left we have this. We have the X axis, the Y axis, and the Z axis.
So they face the X.
And you can also see this if we select our character. You can see here the Y, the X, and the Z.
You can also see the
component graph on our vector.
Oh wait, is the component arrow a different color in 5.1, or did they change that in this? Because I remember adding that in the other tutorial and it's red.
And to demonstrate our vector, we can do something like get world location.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good. Oh, okay. We gotta get used to this because we're not in the other menu, so we can go in here and click the stuff still. That's interesting. That's pretty new to me. In Blender, they kind of have like this kind of in a whole. It's not a different menu, but it doesn't have this type of stuff.
And we'll do this.
Okay, so we're going back to the event. It's world location, capsule component.
Location of our capsule component. So basically this is getting the location of our character and our scene, and it's returning this vector. So then we can go ahead and take our vector and we're going to drag it in here, and instead of getting it, we're actually going to use the set.
Oh, that? What is set, my friend? It is making it where it can be reverse. That's how I'm going to think about it.
So setting a variable allows us to modify the variable default value to whatever we want it to be. So we can go ahead and hook that up to my vector. We can go ahead and delete this string up here and click Alt, click right there to disconnect that, and then select this, drag this up here, and connect the event begin play into the set, And then off of our vector here, we're going to go ahead and actually print the string like so.
Okay. A little confusing here, but we're taking it step by step. We got this right here, so mine's a little bit different as well, but there we go. So same thing, just you're able to just move this around. There we go, make it a little bit more fancy. Then we just plug it in. That's the power line. That's how I see this white line, just the power line. And these are like the extra extenders. Now, yeah, so boom.
Like so.
That's super nice.
And you can see it prints our character's location on the screen.
Okay. So compile, save. There's our location, 900, 1110, 92.
And we can actually do something else, like deleting our event begin play. Right click and add a key. So
Okay.
we can type in R key. And you can see here we have all the different keys on our keyboard. So we're going to select our R key. So when we press R on our keyboard, we're going to get our
I don't know why we didn't get the R key.
Which is
it because it's not uppercase? R key? Key? Gives me that, then I just gotta go down. Not bad, but I want to know how I could do that faster.
which is our character. Get its world location. Set our vector.
That's right. Okay, so, okay.
Value and
Oh, that's cool. Okay. I see. Okay, this is cool.
then print it to the screen so we can.
Oh, okay. That's so weird because it's funny how I didn't even think about this. But yeah, you can just put a key, so now you can just press R. That's
See
simple.
what it is.
That's so
So
cool.
we'll go ahead, compile, save that, hit play.
And just press R. But we're dead though still, so I can't move. That's so cool. Oh yeah, it also prints in console. That's right. Awesome. Okay.
Now every time we press R, you can see our vector change.
Yeah, it changes. Yeah, because he's moving
on the
around.
screen.
I'm dead, so I can't.
Because our
Well, I
character
can't
is
change
moving around, and it's every time we press R, it's getting that variable.
But I understand what's up though.
Setting it and printing it to the screen.
That's so cool.
Alright, so let's go ahead and create another variable. And lastly here we can select vector and change this to a rotator. And this
Also, I've noticed the last variable that you use, it uses that variable for like the next one, which is pretty nice. So it's like, if you, instead of just copy and pasting, you could just new variable. So you don't have to rechange all the settings in here. It will be a fresh slate to what you would want it to be. So you don't have to create a template variable and then copy and paste that template variable to get that fresh template that you want with the actual variable type that you need. You can still kind of do that with the name, but I think that would just be like... Actually, can you? Yeah, okay, so you can click it, F2 on your keyboard, F2. That allows you in most programs, even in your Windows, F2 on anything, especially I know like folders and stuff, and you easily get the names. Control C, now you get the name. Control V, boom.
is my rotator. Compile, save that. You're going to see here a rotator is the same as a vector,
Okay.
but essentially it's a rotation.
Yeah.
So if we head back to our little viewport here,
Yeah, so...
if we go to E, we can rotate our character. And on the right of our details, you can see our rotation of our character change based on what we rotate our character.
Mm-hmm.
You can see here, this is our rotator.
I was about to say, okay, so yeah, this is because we're in 5.1, so the shaders have changed even.
A rotator variable is essentially just a rotation value. Okay, now last but not least, we can add another variable and change this to transform.
Oh. Okay, went through that one fast, okay. Another one. This could be a transform. He skipped floats, he skipped integer 64, which is a 64-bit integer, and then he skipped name.
We do my transform, compile, save that, And in the default value, we hit this down arrow and you can see it is a location, a rotation, and a scale. So it is all three of those variables plus the scale that determines a transform. And if we head back over to the...
I think transform variable is a new variable. I don't know if I remember seeing that when I did Unreal back in the day like this. Is that new? Because why the heck would you want to do the other stuff, right? Like vector? Because you need like 2 vectors for the... I mean, to separate... Like, sometimes you need to separate it. But even this, can't you separate it? Into like X, Y, Z, and then mess with those mess with the X, Y, Z per on the location, rotation, and scale. But, you know, like separate it, mess with it, do some stuff, and then put it back together at the end. Like kind of like this stuff where it's like scale, boom, and it's kind of like all together.
The viewport and select our mesh.
That's scale, I mean. Oh yeah, scale, but rotation there, or roll.
You're going to see that we have this transform here, the location, rotation, and scale. It's just made up of those 3 different variable types. Okay, let's go ahead and delete all this stuff that we created here.
What?
Delete everything on the graph.
Nah, that makes sense.
And delete is dead, my int, float, string,
I don't want you though.
Vector, transform.
But we're gonna be doing. Oh, the man. I'm too sentimental with my things.
I'll save that. So those are all the main variables that you need to be aware of within Blueprint. Now let's go ahead and create our first Blueprint actor. So we can go to our content drawer here.
Oh, Blueprint. Okay, I was about to say, like, what? Oh, am I gonna have to do it? I like this though. I mean, I can keep these here. I'm gonna keep them here. I'm gonna keep them. And if I get annoyed, then we're gonna remove them. Okay, so it's like if I'm like in a selection and they're in my way, they're gone. But for now, they're nice little trophies. So control, because I got this up, so the reminder for that is control spacebar in any of these windows. I like this way more than just having that static window up, because it leaves me for more space and I feel more breathy. Even though it might take a little bit more time to, or technically time and energy to control space, this gives me like, I don't have to drag. Like that gives me annoyance. And I feel like for me, that just is more cumbersome than just doing this. This feels at ease of mind. Nice. Let me go through. It's basically like a painting palette. It's like, let me bring up my painting palette. Okay, bring it down. Got my paintbrush, paint, bring it back up. Dab, 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 dab. Go down, paint, go back up, dab, 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 paint. That's how I like it.
And under our content folder, we can go ahead and create a brand new folder by right-clicking and add a new folder. We can name this Blueprints. And in our Blueprints folder, we can go ahead and open that up. Right-click, add a new folder, and we're going to call this Door Blueprint.
Ooh.
In our Door Blueprint folder, we're going to right-click and add a blueprint class.
Ooh,
so this is how you add blueprints to your game.
Yes.
Click on the blueprint class. You're going to see we have all of the different blueprint class actors.
This is so much right here.
Actor, pawn, character. Then we have a couple other ones.
Player controller.
Which I'll have to explain in another separate video.
Game mode.
But basically, the player controller is where you can put information to control your character. Game mode base is where you store all the game rules. Yes. Down here, we have all the classes. So you have animation blueprints, camera blueprints, all sorts of different blueprints, car blueprints, all that sort of stuff is built right here with all the different classes. So for us, we're just going to create a simple door. So we need a simple...
That's really nice. That would be cool if you could actually edit this. Like, save it or have your own here. So it'd be like, you could just boom, click, boom, boom, click, boom, boom, click, boom. That would be super sick. Like an extra button, like custom, it says custom. Click it. Pick your class. Goes to all the classes. Oh. Man, we're innovating Unreal as we speak.
An actor
that would be sick, though.
An object that can be placed or spawned in the world. That's exactly what we need, so we'll
Plug
go
in
ahead
or
and
not.
click actor. We're going to name this BP_door.
Okay, I don't like that.
BP underscore
Oh, that's right. Let's go door.
is the naming convention of Unreal Engine. It's best to adopt a naming convention, that way you don't have all your files be just named whatever, and you can very easily know exactly which files are which.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and double click our BP.
For this, it's kind of tricky. This would have to go per person basis. I still have this trouble because, I mean, it really depends, but I see it like this. So door, right? BP, so blueprints. If you have objects or like, you know, the blueprints, so blueprint door. If you really wanted to, new folder, which I might do at a certain point if there's a lot of blueprints. I will. New folder, buildings, and then, or building blueprints, and then this would be inside. Door, window. And if you want to go even more specific inside buildings, kitchen utensil, fridge. That's how you do it. But you could also put them all right here and do that. But this is for blueprints, objects, and meshes and textures. That's where you really start seeing that shine. Because when you actually got them in one of these type of folders and they're all like that, all of them are going to... Like for this, I probably would... Well, blueprints... Actually, for the blueprints, not really. So, but if it probably mesh... Unless I figure out a good naming convention, but like for meshes, I would put building, because if this is the actual mesh of the door, so building underscore door, I would do that. And then have door underscore one. I don't know, this is, I will actually name it like that. And I wanted to, even if I didn't put just building there, I would have also put underscore one, because what type of door is this? You're going to have multiple door blueprints, maybe? Like if there's a security door, a sliding screen door, other types of doors, is that a thing? Then underscore door sliding, underscore door fridge, underscore door. But like if you had door fridge, do you want to see that next to your sliding door? That is for outside stuff. So then you might want to have a inside and an outside folder. Inside buildings, outside doors. That could be a thing. Depending on what you're doing, a portal to a different dimension. Outside portals, inside portals. Same thing. So that's something, as time goes on, you start really seeing that type of naming convention. I'm going to start really doing much more, because we haven't really been given much for me to really, for that to really trigger me to really do that stuff. This, you can even see in their base stuff, they've started actually putting a lot more folders. I'm going to start doing that much more. All this not being in folders does bother me. This would be extra. So I'll just do like new folder, extra, which I'm already going to do anyways. Do that. Oh. Boom. Move in extra. Nice and easy. And look how nice and clean that looks. Going to here, going boom. I'm actually surprised they didn't... Why did they just put an extra one? You know what I mean? It's kind of funny. But I know why, because they want to show the players the kind of core things, which are these are the core things here, like that would be an interactive with player start
Underscore door to open it up. We can dock this.
But you can go even more specific, extra lights, or so like, or lights being extra, player stuff extra. I'll probably start doing that too. I know you had the system for your GTA stuff, 100%, and it works so well. It works. You'd be surprised how much time you, not, well, I say waste, but like use trying to figure out where your stuff is. I still kind of do it even with my naming convention stuff, because of how many textures I have, and I'm starting to, like the building, indoor, outdoor, like the doors, is technically the outdoor sliding door attached to the building, so is it technically inside the building? That's where like that type of distinctions you are probably gonna start having to figure out for yourselves. Like, okay, does this technically count as a tool or weapon? Like even that. Like if you made a cool, like brand new sci-fi thing, or not in sci-fi, but like something, a new weapon, is it technically a tool? Or you made a new tool, could it be used as a weapon? Is it technically a weapon? You know, like, then where is that, what is that going to be? Or is it technically an item? So for items, I'm going to put BP, or not BP, so it'd be mesh, it'd be like items underscore door, or no, items underscore food. and then items underscore food burgers. Items underscore food underscore burgers underscore cheeseburger. Items underscore food underscore burgers, not cheeseburger. So it would just be all the burgers there. So I'll be able to click in and go into that stuff super easy and boom. Take some time. Like the time that you take to create that stuff, so small in comparison to how much you kind of use trying to refine that stuff because you've kind of tossed it in places. I do it for my downloads folder for my PC because you got to eventually relink it later in Blender if it's in your downloads folder. And if you accidentally delete it in your downloads folder and then you emptied your recycle folder, then you got to re-download the texture and find that texture again, which if you didn't take that 5 minutes, now you got 15 to an hour to sometimes even more trying to find what you first got because it really is, it's that thing that you really need. And you will take the time to do that, well, because it is, I joke with it, it takes longer to build the file structure than it is to make the game. I joke about that. Especially when you're not used to it, it's even slower. It's like, annoying. Because like, concrete broken, you know, like all that stuff. That's just textures, so. Because the last time where we left off, we've actually learned how to do the variables, some basic information. And now in this, we're going to be making a door, which is big because that is a universal thing in every game, right? A door, so like that's huge. So we're going to be doing that, and we might actually get into some of the other stuff because we're at 2635. We'll see, though. It just really depends, because depending on how dense this is of information, because the variables, I felt like is a lot of dense information, which I've kept here, which we could actually see the paths of what we were doing, which is good. Let's get into it. Oh, this is so cool. I'm so excited.
It's best to adopt a naming convention. That way you don't have all your files be just named whatever, and you can
we were talking about that last time, so there it is right there.
Know exactly which files are which. Okay, so we'll go ahead and double click.
I don't know what type of door this is, so that's why I put it _1.
Our BP underscore door to open it up. We can dock this tab at the top.
Oh, okay, so we're getting into this. Oh. Wait. We got what he wanted. Yeah, because we got this. Yeah, because we got an actor. This is an actor. Hold up, now we get, okay, hold up, we're getting something super confusing right, yeah, so actor, there we go. He wanted us to get an actor, so we got an actor. They're different types, double click. Brings us this is a data type only blueprint, so the default values are shown. If it doesn't have the script, if you want to add some, open the full blueprint editor. Oh. What? I feel that's, my little, oh, what? So we got to click that in order to enable this, so then go into here. And now we got it. Okay, good to know. Because I'm, again, using engine 5.10. Might even change in the future, so this might not even be a problem, or it's completely different in the future. So I'm going to have to approach it in a different way.
For
here we go.
Editor, just like
now
our third-person character. We have our little viewport here. We have our construction script, our event graph, and our details panel, components, and so on. So for our door, what we're going to do is we're going to add a new component, and you can see here we have all the different components. Yes. So we have
we've seen this before.
We have audio.
The first
we have a skeletal mesh. A skeletal mesh is like a...
Which, for those who don't know what first tutorial we did, we learned the basics of Unreal, which is a 5-hour tutorial by Unreal Sensei. Don't remember his name.
Character mesh. Or static mesh, which is an object that is static, it doesn't move or doesn't do anything. We have a plane, a sphere, and a cube. These are just basic shapes, and so on. What we need to do for our door is we need to add a simple door mesh. Yeah. So we can add a static mesh, and this is going to be named door frame.
Okay. Well, I guess okay, so that is a static mesh. Okay. I don't know why okay. I was thinking about it differently.
Compile, save that.
Okay. And this would be door frame. Nice.
Make sure you obviously have in your content browser here the starter content. If you forgot to add this somehow when you were creating your project, not to worry, you can always click this little add button, add feature or content pack, and then on the right, under content packs, we can add the starter content to your project if you haven't done so already. So back in our content drawer,
we're good though, because we've already done that.
Prompts. You can see here we have this SM_door.
Oh.
And this SM_door frame.
I see.
SM is short for static mesh. So what we're going to do is assign here this static mesh door frame. So to do that, we can actually drag our door frame mesh right here into the details. Because we have our door frame selected here, we have our static mesh right here.
Okay. So then static mesh right here. SM door frame, boom. That's okay, that's pretty nice. I like that. Nice little drag and drop.
So now if we hit into the viewport, you can see
here
we have
it
our door
is.
frame. Let's go ahead and add another mesh. Click this add button. Static mesh, we're going to add a door. So with our
No, I did it. Okay. So I guess that what it did was like take the name of this and then put SM already on it. Okay, so then, but this is a different mesh, so it's door. Unless that duplicated, might have duplicated. Yeah, so there's two doors here. Yes. Okay, I thought it did. By the way, how it took the name and everything, but that's okay because it'd be like, well, boom. Oh, is that going to move on him too, or did I just break that?
We can actually just go to our static mesh here and click this down arrow, and we have this little search window. So we can search door, and you can see here we have our SM_door.
That's another,
You can go ahead and click that. You can see we have it assigned there. We also have the materials, location, rotation, and so on. So in our viewport, we can see our door is not exactly where we want it to be. And what we're going to do is move our door by hitting W to move. And then we're going to select this on the Y-axis and move it over like so.
I need to...
You can see here it's not lining up the best and we can't seem to get it perfect. So what we want to do is change our grid snapping value. Hit that little tab right there.
Yep.
Set this to 1, and this is going to give us more control over our snapping. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. We can go ahead and compile, save that. Now we have our little door here and our door frame. And if we click E, we can rotate our door on the Z axis right here.
Yeah.
Okay, Control Z to undo, obviously. Compile, save that. Now what we want to do here is we want to allow our character to open and close the door.
Yes.
So what we can do is add a collision box or a box collision.
I just put COL.
When our character runs into this box collision, we can give them the ability to open and close this door. Let's go ahead and click R to scale this box. If we hit the little cube in the middle, we can
spawn like this though. Not a big deal.
Scale the entire thing. If we just select the Z axis or the X axis.
Because I selected the door frame. I gotta get used to that. Boom. It probably would be better to start in the middle and then scale. That's right, it's R. I do not like how it's R. That's so weird. I'm not used to that still, but you know, I'm going to get used to it. It's like kind of funny. No, I don't. If they hit the side, it's not going to open. That's actually almost perfect. I think that's good. We'll see.
We can scale.
I might want to actually push it out for the collisions of the actual models.
Okay, and we hit W to move this up.
It's like
scale this up a little bit.
Like that?
Maybe make it just a little bit wider, like so.
But I don't know how he's going to animate this.
So now that we have our
That's like another thing I
setup,
gotta think about
let's
too.
add the blueprint nodes in our
Like the door swinging is gonna hit the player, and it's gonna like squeeze the player, like and get them stuck in the corner.
event graph.
Yes.
So what we need to do is go to our event graph. You can see here it's automatically given us these events.
Okay, so that's still the
event
same.
begin play, event begin overlap, and event tick. These are all grayed out, but you can still use them
forgot
by
that we
just
got these
dragging
two.
off and doing like a print string. You can see the gray goes away because you're using them. Okay,
Oh, that's nice. But yeah, we did learn all these in the first 5 hour, but it was a quick. This is just what this does. This is just what this does. This is what just this does. Now we're starting to like understand like when to pull these out and stuff. Very sick. And also have this, because I was a little worried, because initially I was a little worried, like, oh my god, what? But I forgot, that's right, we got begin event overlap. We can do the little teleport tricks that we saw, that we did earlier, where, it just plugs in and comes from a different node by making a graph. So cool.
We're not going to actually use
And the same thing would happen on this. So every tick can be good on, like, something that's, like, you need on every tick. But that's going to lag if you have something or multiple stuff that is on every tick, like audio. Well, if it's stacked crazy amounts of times, because it's going to be working on every tick. Well, I would think maybe that'll be more of a construction. Maybe that'll be both, depending on how you're doing the audio, right? Maybe I'm wrong.
any of these.
But I think I'm still right in the realms of like you do not want to have everything on event tick, because it just would not work the way you want, and then also just be every second and just be unoptimized in some ways. At least I was thinking.
So we can go ahead and delete. And then what we want to do is select our box collision. And in the details here, we can scroll down.
Man, he really likes the delete
all the way
key.
down till you see these events. To see what these events do, let's go ahead and move this little window right here.
We compile. Oh no, we didn't compile.
Selecting that and move.
And save. Maybe not. What? He's on it. Am I crazy? Hold up.
Moving that over.
I always have an issue with
different
this.
events for different things.
Right click
We
to
have
create new
on
nodes.
component hit.
Yeah.
And what we're interested in is this on component begin overlap. So when our character overlaps, we want to click this little plus button so we can add that event. So whenever...
Wait, what? Oh my goodness. Okay, so, man, I hate how it's, like, confusing like that, but, yeah, that makes sense.
something like a character overlaps in our viewport here, or box collision, this event will be called...
It's not green anymore? Okay. I bet it's because I don't have the thing, but it's like I compiled.
And so what we want to do is check to see if
Maybe it's because I got these
other
here, so?
actor
Is he deleting them?
is our
I'm
character.
deleting too.
So our character, if you remember, is our third person BP third person character.
Yes.
So back in our door here, we want to drag off of the other actor and do a cast to third person character. And what the cast to third person character will do is it will check to see if the overlapped actor is a third person character.
Yes.
And if so, it will execute whatever is farther off of here. And if not, it will fail like so.
So stay locked.
Alright, so off of our cast to third person
Or no, it would
character,
just be this, really.
we're
You don't
going
need
to
to cast fail, I don't think.
Enable input. And we're going to enable input for our character that is overlapped. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to get player controller, and you want to hook this up into the player controller here. And so we're going to check and see if it is a third person character that is overlapped. If so, we want to enable input for that character, for that character's controller. That way they can interact with the door.
Okay. Interesting. Well, it's really not that complicated. It's just not automatic where it spits all these out for like get player controller, because there could be other things you want to do with that, and they allow you to do that via these strings and all that stuff.
We also want to select our box
Yes.
and add an event and overlap. That
Wait,
way,
I did a wrong thing. I just realized. Yeah, I did. Oops, because I was like focused like on on this not being what I thought it was. So boom. So begin event overlap. Just an easy little fix. Boom. That's it. Okay, then we want
disable input.
End. Okay.
So we can do another cast to third person
Other actor.
character. And then off of here, we can drag and do...
Right, cast a third person character. I would want to get in the habit of just duplicating. I can't just alt left click drag and duplicates the node. So I just control V, which control D, and same thing. Boom, boom. That's how I use nodes a lot. It saves, like maybe it would be good to go through this more, but I feel like I would get through this faster and will feel more confident to do that later. Just like I've done that. I did the same thing with Blender and it worked well, where it's just like, I just kind of did that for all the nodes that I knew, and then for anything new, I would like search it up and then start copy and pasting. Which that's how it worked for me. But if it's better for you to search it, search it.
Disable
whatever is better for you.
Input, and we can hook up the return value instead of player controller to the target. Compile, save that. Next.
Okay. I see. Oh, I see what we're doing.
We have to add.
Sorry, I was taking a second to think of like, okay, how is this actually going to work beforehand before actually doing it? And I'm thinking about it, and it's like, okay, we can do a few, or I could see doing a few different things, but I think I know what's about to happen. Like, I know what's about to happen, but in the sense of, like, because we're about to open a door, duh, but how?
Actual key to open and close the door. So we can right-click, type in.
Oh, so we are doing a key. Oh, nice.
You're going to scroll up here until you find the E key. Click on that. So off of here, we're going to do what's called a flip-flop. And what a flip-flop allows us to do is to do an A or an B. So if we press it once, it's going to do the A, and then when we press it again, it's going to do the B.
Oh, so, like kind of like Tarkov, where it's like you press the binded said key once, or you can hit it twice, and you can use the same key, and it does two different things. That's cool.
So it automatically remembers which one you did last, and it cycles through A or B. Now off the A, what we want to do is we want to get the door skeletal mesh, and you can see we can actually drag our door component into our blueprint. So we can get the references of our components and do things with them in our blueprint. And that's exactly what we want to do. We want to get our door here, and we want to rotate our door when we press this E key. So to do that, we can drag off of here and set relative rotation. And what we want to set this to is to 90. And hook that up.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. This menu. It's so large. It like doesn't go in the area that you want it to. Unless you do it like right here. It still isn't. Jesus. Like I would wish it would like, this line would go up here and then be pushed down a little bit. Got first. Oh yeah, set relative. Set. Rotation.
Up into the A.
Okay, so this is target. A.
Select that, copy, Control C, Control V. And to hook that up to our B.
Okay.
And we want to set this back to 0.
Okay, so 90 and 0. Okay, so like 0. That was kind of quicker to do it that way.
So when we press E once, we want to rotate the door 90 degrees.
Or you could just use the same door target. So it's copy and paste one and do that.
Press it again, we want to rotate it back to 0. So let's go back into our third person example map.
Compile
Go to our
save.
content drawer, blueprints, door blueprint.
Okay, so content drawer. Okay.
We can drag.
Oh, wow, we can actually see it. That tripped me out. I'm like, wait, is that a new thing? No, that's ours. Wow. And it's already there. Okay, that's pretty cool. Like, actually, like, putting meshes in the blueprints, because before we did it where we made a cylinder, just a cylinder, and it was just like we had a collision mesh, but actually seeing it like this is really neat. Because it's like, you just put two puzzle pieces to, like, basically two Legos together. Which I love Lego, so it's, like, awesome.
Our blueprint into our level here. So when we hit play, we can go over to our door and press E.
Already?
See, we can open and close our door.
Oh, I see. Okay.
By just pressing E.
Interesting. Okay, so you press E. This is where it gets a little confusing. Like, how does this? Why do you need to make this? I'm going to make this. Well, because we're enabling a collision. We need a collision of some sort. So how? So, kind of like this is kind of funny for me personally because how I can kind of easily see that a little bit better of what I'm about to say is because of GTA. Modding GTA with like the maps, not only that, but like dealing with the poly box, making the poly like the zones, and then doing code to target those zones, and that's what this is. So a zone, in this case, is called a collision, so it's just a box, and we're enabling inputs within that box, because if we had enable inputs, where are you going to enable inputs? Everywhere. So if, let's just say, which we might even be able to do so, which might be just this, just unplug. If we just press E and anybody or whatever presses E, it will open that door across the map. You don't want that. So how do you target that? Well, you need a box, and if anything is within that said box, which is a player most of the time, if not all, unless it's like another box or object, so you make like an object, player shoots an object, goes into a thing, score, and confetti comes out type situation. But for this, or no matter what, it's trying to target stuff within that said box. And that's what we're creating here. We're creating the box logic. While in GTA, you just place the corners, and the box already had this logic in. You would have to create this logic each time because it's a game engine. So you would have to create that, but that's not really a big thing because of how this node system is versus actually coding the actual stuff. This is just bringing in a few nodes, and then now you can put in a few nodes here, and boom, now you get the same result, if not better. As we go on, I think that's probably going to be my biggest thing that's going to help me understand this, because if I go over here, well, number one, there's no collision. Why does a door have, door doesn't have collision, but the door frame does. But there we go, so we press E, because, how do we make it where it just slowly opens? That's what I want. But that's still, I mean, this is crazy. Oh, wait. Uh-oh. Speaking about the thing, uh-oh. Did I do something wrong? I'm pressing E. Did I not put 1?
Now it might look a bit snappy.
Am I tripping here?
Because it's just doing 90 degrees, 0. 90 degrees and 0. And what we can actually do is add a timeline that will smooth the value between 0
Either way,
and
that's
90.
good to know. I can easily fix this issue.
Smooth open transition. So back in our blueprint door,
I just want to see if I have anything different. Which would it be the person having the same thing? Would this really matter that much? I'm testing this real quick. Oh. It is. Wait. I'm pressing E. It is. Oh, no, wait, no. Wait, what the heck is that? Oh, no. It's not disabling the input. It's once I go in. So it's like, this is messing up. Right? Yeah, because that's working, so that's good. It's this up here.
You can go ahead and delete this right here.
What?
Hit Alt, left click there, select that and move that.
Man, this guy loves doing this. But it's still so good. It's just You gotta just take it step by step.
Off of our A here, we're going to do a timeline.
Timeline.
And select
Add
this,
timeline.
add a timeline.
Okay. Whoa.
We're going to name this our door
I see.
timeline.
Oh, we're making an animation. Door timeline. Right? Like an animation type of like deal thing. That's what it looks like.
And you can see
That's how you
here,
would do something like this. I
we
think.
have a couple different options. We have play from start,
Yeah.
stop, reverse.
Reverse, yeah. Reverse from end.
And
Yeah,
then
it's
our
like
output
it's
we have
animation.
animation.
Okay.
So to actually modify this timeline or to use it, we have to double click it to open it.
Whoa.
So right now there's nothing here, and to add a track on the timeline, we can click this add float track.
Well, that's not right. Oh. Oh. So it was right. Oh, okay. So, oh, Jesus. It's not really that well, you get into like another node, it does add another layer of information, but I don't see that as complication. I just see that as like another step. And just like added time on. Well, that's super sick. Because no matter what, this is where, if you want to go for this, you know it's this type of node, timeline, time. That's why they probably named it timeline. Because there's probably other stuff that's similar to this.
Okay, and a timeline essentially is exactly what it sounds. So at the 0 second, we can set a value right here. And you can...
Oh, that's huge for timed events. Oh!
Our timeline is currently up to 5 seconds long. So on 5 seconds long, we can determine, we can set a certain value to create a very smooth curve. So let's go ahead and right click anywhere on our timeline. We can add a key. You can see it added this little dot.
Oh.
And we can see the time and the value.
Key, yeah.
So what we want to do is set the time to 0. So at 0 seconds, we want our value to be 0.
90.
Okay. Then anywhere on the graph, we can right click.
He's leveling it.
And we want to change the time here to
I'm like
2 seconds. And the value is going to be 90 degrees. You can see here we can't see our value anymore.
Yes.
So to actually see our graph now, we can hit this zoom to fit horizontal and zoom to fit vertical.
Okay.
Now one more thing, we want to set our length here to the maximum of 2 seconds so that our timeline is only as long as our value right here. And then we also want to make this curve smooth, so we can select, shift, and left click and drag to select, right click and click auto. And this gives us this little curve, so you can select that point and drag it like so. Now you can see we have this.
It looks like a
nice
lot of this is
smooth
automated
curve.
now.
And what this is doing,
which is really nice,
is it's outputting a value of the variable type float. So we can go back into our event graph here. You can.
So like the doors, that's funny enough. This is the biggest stuff ever in movies, and like camera movements is like stuff like this. That's in another line, I forget what it's called, but like that's huge because the door, it's just at a constant speed, but it's like you open, close, not just open, close, open, close, open, close. It's a little bit of a different pacing, and that matters tremendously in a lot of things. So this is important, Learn, very important.
See here our new track.
That's how you do that in this.
Outputs this value of a float. And what the timeline does is it says at 0 seconds, do nothing. At 0.2 seconds, output the value of 12. Then 26, 30. So it does this really nice, smooth rotation to 90 degrees. So back in our event graph, we can go ahead and hook this up. What we want to do is, you might notice, first off, this is a float, and then this is a rotator. So how exactly is this going to be compatible? If we drag here, you're going to see float is not compatible with rotator.
Unlike the other one.
So to actually do this, we can drag off of our rotation and do a make rotator. You're going to see here, it has these X, Y, and Z, which are float variables that are actually compatible
Oh, so just
with our door timeline. So off our new track 0, we're going to
gonna
rotate
do
this
it,
up
though?
to the Z. Because remember, we want to rotate our
Oh, that's
door
right.
on the Z
Okay.
axis right here.
I see.
And the reason why you know this is the Z axis is by the color. It's blue, and you can see Z right here is blue. So back in our event,
I thought this was all the XYZ stuff, including the zeros. But since this is already 0, then that's okay. So you're just messing with the Z, which is nice, but you just gotta make sure you take the time to understand that.
event graph, we've hooked that up. You want to plug the update.
Okay, I thought so. I wanted to do that from the beginning, but I didn't know if you wanted to do
one
it
more
and finish.
thing. Off of our B, we want to play the timeline in reverse. Okay, so we can compile, save this, go back.
Okay, so wait. Oh, that's right. No. Oh, I'm a little dummy. This was okay earlier, right? Actually, no. Number one, because I could go across the map. That's not right. Like that. But there you go. Oh, look at that. That looks so nice. Ah. There's 2 doors. Oh, no, that's just the glass. That's some weird... Oh, I see why. I see why. Yeah, that's just some glass. Actually, no, wait. Never mind. I thought I had to press... like a double, not just like this and this, just like pressing once and then pressing it again, but like double to keep it closed. But no, it's just where I spam it. And I close it manually, but then I can go across the map and do this. So maybe this would be an event tick. I don't know. That's interesting. I wonder how you fix that. I hope he sees that. I don't know if he knows that.
Back into our level, we hit play.
He's going to know it soon, probably. He's probably gonna do it now.
Our
Watch.
door opens and closes.
But yeah, that's super nice. That's
really nice,
that's actually super sick.
Smooth rotation. And so
Oh
again,
my God, this is
the
so
way
awesome.
this is possible is because we're
Any model you want, you could swap that. Or use the same model.
playing this timeline that has the smooth transition between these 2 values, 0, 0.
I like this.
And
Mine's
0,
good.
90.
His is not exact.
It's outputting
like
that
this, so
value every second
his is faster in the beginning, then
to
goes down.
set the rotation of our door. So we get that nice, smooth door open animation. So that's pretty much our door blueprint in a nutshell. A very simple open and close.
He doesn't
made
know.
entirely
Does he?
from blueprints.
Doesn't test it. Or
using
does he? But then he's
components
like, that's okay.
And blueprint nodes. All right. So let's do something a little bit more challenging.
Okay, so he probably didn't know. Maybe he probably does know. I don't know. Did we do something wrong? Because, like, that's where I'm kind of... But I'm pretty sure that's what this is supposed to do, though. Like, if it ends overlap, disable input so it doesn't input. But why is this target, though? And not the player controller? Maybe? I'm just gonna try it. I just fixed the own... I just did it! I can't do it no more. I thought so. I knew it when he did it. Yo, that's cool. My instincts are on point, baby. And I can't... I'm spamming it right now. Now, if I go back in, does it... No, it works. Yeah. Okay, so that was a bug in his... Okay, so he bugged and didn't test that. That's okay. No, yeah. Wow, okay. Awesome. The only other thing is the collision, and he doesn't talk about that. Which, that might be a thing of my own. I don't know. I've had that happen with another prop before. So I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I'm doing the same thing, though, but it's in later engines, so I'll probably got to enable something or do something. Or put an actual collision box here on the door that actually turns with the door. So that's how you would fix it then, is just... Because I'm like, why you not... Because legit, you see it right here. Which he probably has a comment saying this, but I'm not looking at the comments. I haven't looked at any of the comments at any of the videos. Yeah, it's player control, because it's like... It's the controller. But I guess when you target self, everything's self then.
Let's go ahead and make a hat pickup actor.
Okay.
So first of all, make sure you obviously have the Blueprint Beginner project files downloaded. I'll leave a link in the description below.
There they are.
What we want to do is pop open our content drawer here. We're going to go ahead and just dock this in our layout so that we can see our content browser at all times. Okay, in our
Right, that's awesome that the button's right there, because that's nice for these moments. So just gonna drag and drop.
We want to add a new folder and call this project files. And then what we can go ahead and do is just select everything in the project files that you have downloaded and drag them right into your content browser. Just leave everything at the default settings.
Okay, so leave everything at the default settings.
And we'll just hit this import all.
Import all.
All right.
That's important to note. When you're importing anything and it's like from a video or like something, you sometimes need to have specifics.
See here, it automatically imported the materials for our static meshes. And that's fine, we can leave that as is. And it will compile shaders. It's just going to take a minute. All right, now that our assets are finally imported here, we're going to use this little hat mesh.
Yeah, there it is.
So to create our little hat pickup, we want to go to our blueprints folder, right click,
save,
add a new folder.
Not complicated stuff, so no worries.
Name this hat pickup.
Okay. So we're going to blueprints, hat, put an underscore.
Blueprint. In here, we're going to right click and add a new blueprint class of the type actor. And we can name this BP underscore hat pickup. We can double click this to open it up. And in here, we're going to add a component.
Double click. Oh, so it just automatically does it. So I guess that was like an Unreal 5 thing, or that does it for every new project. Since I already did it for this project with another blueprint, it just automatically opens it up this time. Good to know, good to know. Because I didn't have that happen last time when I opened up the blueprints in Unreal. This happened when I did it in 5.10. So it might be not in when you get this in later versions.
Static mesh component for...
Okay, just make sure. Wait, static? No, I thought he... Wait, okay.
Our hat.
I thought he was meaning an actual, like, thing. I'm like, wait, that's a thing?
I'm going to name this hat mesh. And in our static mesh, we're going to search for...
I typed it in German.
SM underscore hat. And assign it like so.
Oh, okay.
And we can see here we have this...
That's nice to search it up from there. That's pretty nice. I'll probably do that from now on. Unless I'm like, because that was like a content drawer thing, so I would just be like drag, 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 drag. Okay, blueprint, drag, boom, boom. Or like add, boom, drag, add, boom, drag, add, boom, drag. Or it might be better to click, drag, click, because like I like to minimize them. Actually, yeah, that would be faster. Doing it from the content drawer would not be the fastest now that I think about it, because it's just click, 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 type. Versus click, click, type, click, 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 type, click, click. Unless you're already in it, right? Then it's like click. Like if you think about trees, like tree 1, boom. Tree 2, boom. Tree 3. Actually, that is kind of faster. You don't have to type it. It just depends on, I guess, where it is in your directory. If it's not easy to access, then nope. Gotta type it. If it is like all right there, control, boom. Then drag, drag, drag.
All right, next up.
Which is actually kind of good because if you have a few objects here, like, because this is still saved where the door was, and that's there. So if you have a few different things going on, like if you're trying to multitask, which is something I would do, I'm definitely going to use this, like definitely use that. Okay, so for the hats, I'll have like 20 different hat models. That's something I'm going to be mainly working with. For this, I'm going to be with other blueprints. I want to have this content drawer so I can drag and drop it quicker or do that quicker. Now, that's something to also try to get that in your minds to see just how fast you can make things so it's a little bit easier to get things going and to get things out in time, you know, question mark, due dates. I do think fully properly developed games need to be a thing and not just get like no cyberpunky stuff. Like actual proper games, I feel like is a whole nother experience versus just like an early access game. So that's why I haven't played Subnautica Below Zero. I played Subnautica the first one, and I was there basically since the beginning. I had the tool gun that I'm so OG. I know what the Terra Deformer gun is, which it's made in Unity. They took it out because it unoptimized your games and made all games crash, which what it did, it terraformed the terrain. Basically Minecraft blocks, but with just like really awesome terrain like deformation, kind of like Space Engineers. If you like knew about Space Engineers and you dig in with your mine stuff, it would legit do that. And it was just actually really nice. But I even did it myself, and then even had it happen to myself where the world would just get super laggy because they didn't have it, which is easily fixable. It's just they didn't do it, know how to do it, or didn't want to know how to do it, because there were some fishy things with that dev group that happened. But everything would render all the time, and then the memory of the game would get super huge. So I mean, size, that's also an issue to, you know, a reason to get out, because the more stuff you terraform, the more stuff you're actually adding to your save file. So it could legitimately get into like probably 10 gigabytes plus. But versus the other thing where it's like 0 FPS unplayable, can't get back in your game because it just won't load type of unplayable. That should have been a thing where like anything underground terraformed or anything past a certain radius of the player, even below, because, you know, like meters and everything, not just like a Minecraft chunk block where it loads everything down to the bedrock. Anything below doesn't get loaded, and that would have fixed the issue. But that's also Unity pretty early on, because Subnautica came out pretty early, so keep that in mind. Even if that was in Unreal, probably still would have had some issues, but that still is possible in both ways.
Up, we need to add a spear collision.
Oh.
And so this collision will allow us to, when the player enters this collision, we can check to see if they press E.
I did sphere, it's not sphere collision. Whoops. Like, why didn't he just do it there? Well, it's because it's not there, it's because it's a sphere collision. And then R. Oh, no, I'm naming it. So, hat. Coral. 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 To scaling, I'm going to change this to 1. What? Why is it not doing it? There you go. Was it letting me move for a second? Nice.
If they do, then we can put the hat on the character's head. So let's go ahead.
Actually, that's kind of might be better to have it bigger because actually I don't know. I want it to be kind of perfectionist.
And like scale this up a little bit, and move it up like so.
Man, I'm completely not like that.
Take our hat and move it up.
Wait, what is he doing? Is he putting on the player?
Scale up our hats 1.5, 1.5, and 1.5, just so it's a little bit bigger. Okay,
so he knows that it needs to be a little bit bigger, so that's good to do. So that's why he's doing that. But why? I mean, hey, do what you want to do. You know what I mean? And now my collision. Oh, collision's always red. Now, okay, so now we gotta increase it, because I want the player to be like he's grabbing it, or like she walks over and she's gotta like step on it. But it's like that does kind of make sense where it would probably be like that though. So it'd be like, oh, they walk over.
Okay, so in our event graph, we're going to go ahead and delete these nodes right here, and select our spear. Scroll down to the...
I use Control X to delete. That's a hotkey for deleting. That's also the same thing for Blender.
At the very bottom, add a event begin overlap.
Okay, so he wants the sphere. He didn't rename it, so it's still collision, or still sphere, but mine's hat collision. So I go all the way to the bottom. On event begin overlap. Okay, and then the end, right?
Event,
yes, I thought so.
And overlap. And then very simple.
So any collision stuff, you most likely are going to have both of these. Like, if you're thinking about anything collision, this is how I'm going to think about this, so maybe try to do the same thing where it's like, collision, okay, these two. Always take these two out. No matter if you just need one to help you, that's what I'm going to do. Until I just don't need to do it anymore. To know that these two come as, like, basically a pair. And then if I don't need end overlap or begin overlap, then I will just delete the one. I might just do that. It'd be nice if there was a hotkey to just place two of them.
What we're going to do
there is.
Off of here, we're going
Probably
to
not. I feel like that's a little specific.
Input. And then very simple, what we're going to do is
Wait, what the heck did you
drag
just do?
off of our other actor, cast to third-person character.
Oh, but he didn't place nothing. Okay. He didn't place nothing yet.
So again, we're going to check to see if the character is overlapping. If
Yeah.
so, we're going to enable input. And off of the player controller, we're going to
HDMI.
get
Hey. I see I don't know anything that has HM something. I just think of it like HMI. HDMI cords. And then we're dragging this to get player controller. Remote. Oh. I thought those could be like a favorite. I bet there's plugins where you can add your own hotkeys and paste stuff like this, like make your own custom ones and stuff like that. That would be super sick. I bet there's something like that. There it is. Get player controller. I'm trying to like remember it. So that is the green. That's how I remembered.
player controller.
Why don't you get something different? But I had a feeling it was this.
Off our end, we're going to drag off other actor, cast to third-person character, and then
Okay,
we're
so
going
copy paste.
to disable input and hook up the play.
Okay. So the same node system. Disable. Input. Boom. I'm kind of doing a little bit different. I don't know why, but this is how my mind would like work with this stuff. And bop, bop. Other actor. Object. No disconnection or no connection there because all that's connected. Yeah. So there's a
controller
collision
to the target, like so.
He says
Now what we want to do is we want to add,
even though
our
that doesn't work
key
like the way that I want it to
pick
work.
up the actor. So we'll add another key.
Because if I did that with that, then you press E, then you would get the... Well, actually, no, because you could... That could work the other way. Because that's funny. That's a bug. Unless the item somehow... Actually, that might be a bug. You don't know there's a bug because the item will be taking on your head. You know what I mean?
Do key. And we'll actually just do the E key.
Oh. Yeah, I like the E key.
Scroll up and select E key. Really, you can do any key that you want. And then we're going to drag off of the other actor and cast to third-person character.
Okay.
So when our character overlaps this, and if they press E, we're going to cast to them. And now what we want to do is we want to equip this hat on the player's head. And so what we need to actually do is add some blueprint nodes inside of our third-person character.
Yes.
So go back to your example map here.
I'm going to save compile.
We can select our character, right-click, and a fast way to get to the blueprint is we can actually hit this edit third-person character. That takes us directly.
Oh. That's a different... Oh, I see. I see. So the player start is a newer thing? Wait. Why was the blueprint? So I would have to go third person, blueprints. Yeah. But that's already, like, there. Did he do that in the beginning? Or was that there the whole time? No, because that feels like that would be a thing, right? You can actually see the blueprint in the camera, too. Oh. Interesting. I'm just going to go into it.
So what we want to do here is we want to create a new event.
It's kind of cool seeing our
that
thing.
we can call inside of our hat pickup. So what we can do is right-click, add custom event. And a custom event allows us to do whatever we want.
Custom event.
So we can name this event equip hat. And then all the logic off of here we can do to equip our hat.
Okay.
So first of all, let's go ahead and add a new component in our third-person character.
Static mesh.
Called static mesh. And this will be our hat mesh. We don't want to set any static mesh here because we just want it to be empty for now.
I guess it doesn't matter what hierarchy it is in the mesh.
we're going to drag our static mesh component onto our graph.
He didn't. Okay, so do this.
Then we want to set static mesh and hook up our equip hat to our set static mesh.
Okay.
Then what we want to do is we want to set our static mesh here to our.
That's how you do it. That's kind of cool.
Another way we could actually do this is we can pass the variable through the event. So we can actually drag off of here and onto the event, and you can see here it added a new input for our event. So this is a very easy way to pass data through events. Back into our hat pickup, we can drag off of our third-person character reference, and we can call that.
Okay, so the hat pickup. So we're going to the other tab. Because, like, this is the character, so this is on the character at all times. And this is on the hat at all times.
Hat. And you can see here, we have that same exact node that's in our third-person character.
So, equip hats. Still a little confusing to me. It's a teleporter. It's basically just a teleporter. I'm thinking, but it's the connection between two. Like I just said it still feels weird doing this. But I'm just gonna have to like not fully try to understand it yet and just know that it just works. Just do it.
And we can also set our hat mesh.
Oh,
so
we can
here we can actually set our static mesh to our hat.
So he didn't do it in there.
Same hat that we have.
Oh no, that's right.
Here.
He did that. That's yeah.
And when our character presses E, it will cast to our third-person character. And if we double-click this, it will take us to that event in our character. So it's going to pass that information to the set static mesh, which will set our static mesh here.
Oh, that's why he did it like that.
To the hat that we have.
I see. That's why you gotta. This has to be a thing. This has to be the hat. Wait, did I just do that wrong then?
Now, if we just do this and play this, so if we drag our hat pickup into your game and hit play.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Press E. You can see here we have our hat on our character. But
I had a feeling that would
happen.
happen. Okay, so that's okay. So that answers my question.
Right. So to attach it to our character's head, what we want to do
third person
in our character class.
But when we just go to blueprint and move it up
here and do an attach.
Oh, maybe
component.
Oh, we're gonna go to the bone.
To component. So what we want to do is take the hat mesh and attach it.
Take the hat mesh. That did not do what I think it was supposed to. Attach component to component. Then this is control paste, or I just use the same thing. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought the other way.
So what we want to do is take the hat mesh and attach it to our mesh, which is our character.
So hat mesh, the hat,
drag that into our
and
scene,
the character.
And
there's
hook
a
that
character
up to the parent. So for our socket name, this is going to tell us where in our character should we attach it, or more specifically, where in our character's bones should we attach it.
Okay, that's what I was about to say.
I'll explain this
the bones.
in a second, but right now we can just name this to hat socket, like so.
Hat socket? Okay, so this model has a hat socket bone. I see.
Make sure you have all the capitalization.
Yeah, because that's the bone name itself. So no lowercase, everything bone-wise has to be exact because that's the bone name. You're gonna have the same bone name, but underscore R and underscore L for right underscore left. So keep that in mind.
Correct, like so. Location rule, we want to do snap the target, and snap the target. Now we can hit compile save. So now, what we want to do is define this socket name in our character's mesh. So if we select our mesh right here,
Okay.
we can click this little browse icon, and this will take us to our content,
A different browse icon, but same thing.
Character and mesh. So if we open up our character mesh, we want to move over to the skeleton tab. So right now this is just our skeletal mesh, and if you don't know what a skeletal mesh is, let's go ahead and head over to the skeletal tab right here. So just click on this little button, and a skeletal mesh is essentially a static mesh, but instead...
Wait, do we get the simple version or not? He didn't use the simple version. Wait, which character uses mic? Wait. Hold up, I could tell. No, I was right. Okay, so this is the character. Then I go into the bones. That's pretty sick. Does that do that with everything? If it does, then you don't have to go in Blender and look that crap up. I was worried about that. So like all this, oh, that's so good. Jesus Christ. But where are we hooking it? So it would just be the head, I thought.
Instead of being static, it has all these different bones.
Yes.
And what the bones allows our character to do is
it a hat socket? Let me see.
And move our mesh around like so. So we can select different bones, and we can rotate them around. And this is what allows our character to move its legs around, move its head around, and so on. That's basically a skeletal mesh. Okay, so here in our skeleton tab right here, we want to select our head bone.
Yeah.
So if you scroll all the way down here, you're going to see head. Right click on there, we're going to add what is called a socket. Now, a socket is what allows us to attach meshes to our character.
So it is called head bone.
We're going to rename this head socket to hat socket. The same exact capitalization as what we had in our character. Save that.
I see. That's what you're calling for. Okay, so you're not calling for the exact bone. You're calling for the socket, and you go to the bone to put the socket. So, okay. Basically, of what I said, it's just you're not targeting the bone. You still are, but through the code of what you're exactly targeting is socket, and what the socket's targeting is the bone. So there's just a middleman.
Close out of this. And now we should have everything all set up. We can also
save.
So, just to keep things organized, select everything and press C to add a comment.
Oh, really? Okay.
And we can name this hat
logic.
That. Just so we know what's going on. So compile, save. We are now ready to test this out. If we hit play here.
It's good to do this to keep organized because you're going to forget. Already up here, I kind of got a little overwhelmed. Like, what the heck did I do? But then I looked at it like, oh, that's right. This is press R, then you print string. Or my location.
You can press E to equip. And then you're going to see here, there's an issue. Our hat is not lined up correctly with our head. So we actually have to go ahead and adjust this. So go back into your mannequin mesh, your skeletal mesh right here. Scroll down to your hat socket. Oh, and we will actually want to rotate our hat and line it up with our character's head.
Can we
so
see
if we were to just move this little socket around, we're not going to really get a good idea of what it's going to be. So what we can do is right click the hat socket, add a preview asset, and search here SM_hat.
There it is.
So we can see our hat here.
But then the socket just disappeared.
Exactly like the issue what we had. So we hit W, we can move this up.
Wait, what just happened? Wait. I have to add a new... Wait, I had to add a new socket. Wait, what? Okay. You know why? I think it's because I had it filtered. That's why. Preview. Hat. Oh, he's just got to be a little too wide there. Well. Hats. Yeah, that's why. Okay. No worries then. And then click this. There we go. And then kind of move it like... Ah, so that's because I was going to move it in the blueprint itself. But I think it would be best to not do that because you would have to create a blueprint for each player model because it's going to be sized at that height. So the way to do that is to not change it there. It would be better to change it via socket.
If we hit E, we can rotate this 90 degrees. And then we hit W again, we can move this around. And if you don't like the camera speed, you can always change this in the viewport. And what we want to do is we want to line this up perfectly like so. Just like that. So we can go ahead and save that. And now if we hit play, we can press E. And you see here we have our hat equipped on our player. So
awesome. Oh, what are you gonna say?
One more thing.
Yeah,
we actually, when we equip our hat, we actually don't want this hat to still be here. We want our hat to disappear. So one way we could do this is in our blueprint hat pickup.
I see.
After we equip our hat, we want to destroy actor. So this will destroy actor. A lot of these things that we're pulling out, it's really important to really use the lines because there's a lot of quick shortcuts because a lot of this is used basically right after this type of node. And that's really nice because that is going to be the most common thing you want to do. So I'm going to have to get more of a habit to pull the lines out this and then type because you also have to do that in order to do certain things with the nodes. So keep that in mind. I forget what it was, but in the first tutorial we had to do something like that. We haven't done like that yet here. In this case, it is itself.
Yeah, so it
destroys itself. So when we pick it up, so it will disappear. Just like so.
Save. Compile. Save.
So now we have a simple hat actor.
Save.
And we also have a little door that we can open.
Okay.
And close.
Hold up.
And again, very simple logic here.
Information.
We're just checking to see if the player is running into the spear. If so, they can then enable input. That allows them to press E, which in turn calls this event inside the character to set the static mesh and attach it to the character's head. So that's our basic hat. Let's go ahead and move on and create.
Okay, so he's doing that. Hold up. Okay, so I want to see this. Oh, wait, I didn't place it. I'm like, oh, let me go find my hat. Oh, wait, where's the hat? Gotta go through the door to get the hat. Oh, excuse me, I gotta go through my door. Let me go up to it and press E. Oh, that's nice. Here, let me see the coordinates of my door real quick by pressing R. Oh, it's here. Okay, good. Let me go. There we go. And then come over here and press E again. That's super sick. Okay, interesting. That's okay, so that really does. I don't like not seeing the underside because you know that bothers me, but that's actually so nice, especially like shrinking it to the head because that's where actually let me see. It doesn't shrink the actual asset itself, which we can see in the viewport. Does it shrink it? No, it doesn't. You can tell it doesn't. That's super wide. If we go in here. Actually, no. Oh, interesting. So that is super wide. So depending if you want to actually have this look skinnier, like this is a female hat you're picking up and not just a hat like this, where it deforms to the head, because this also has no collision, so I'm just going to go right through here, but it's that interesting thing, like the foot, the automated foot. Technically, that's no collision, that's like an animated collision thing. But it's collided, but like not like, I can go right through it. And this, I can't actually go through it, so this has its own collision, proper collision. And B. Oh. But yeah, though, that's super, super sick. Little small things like that, and once I understand how to, once understanding how to disable it, which is probably via the socket, like that's probably another node. That's what I'm saying. It's like socket node of some sort. And I could sit here and search that and probably find it eventually, or maybe even not, because it's probably set up in a certain. If it's not like that, like just an easy node, then it's set up in a certain way where you got to do that, and that's something that needs to be figured out, because the same thing I'm going to be wanting to do for a lot of other things. And then I got to figure out, well, I want the player to type in their own keys. So how does this come in play when I don't want this to be here, but I want the thing where it's like the keyboard of their desire? Like, this is probably the most advanced thing that I probably won't remember too much, is probably this little section of this, but I will probably remember, like, oh, the animation. And then, the flip-flop. I'll probably get this confused with the branch in the future, which is kind of interesting why that's not already merged into one node. That could be kind of nice if that was, but regardless. Figuring out this stuff, not that big of a deal. We got some goodies to learn even more, because with Unreal, last that we were here, we actually learned how to make a door. So if we actually, door blueprint, we go in, press E, it opens, press E, it closes, and then we pick up that, which is super sick. So that is super cool. But now we're gonna be learning something different. So let's see what this is going to be, shall we?
Box, some player health, and a simple health bar for our character. So let's go ahead and create a new folder in our blueprints. And we're going to name this to damage.
Okay, hold on, let me do that. Let me dock this. Up. Blueprint. What is he making this? Damage?
Damage box. In here, we're going to add a new blueprint class of the type actor. And we're going to name this to BP_damage box. Double click it to open, and we can go ahead and actually close out of all of our other blueprint.
Oh, but there it is. Anyways, do this. Push this up there. There we go. Demolish. Now we're in.
So
this is big stuff. Okay.
A simple box collision.
Okay.
And we're going to name this
collision
to damage box.
Damage
so again, in our event graph, we're going to delete this.
Okay.
And go to our damage box and add an event begin overlap.
Okay.
An
so
event
just making a collision
and
box.
overlap. And what we want to do is we actually want to damage our character.
Yes.
In order to do that, we want to drag off of our other actor and pass to our third-person character. And then here we can damage our character by adding a health variable inside our third-person character. So actually, let's go back and right-click our third-person character, edit the blueprint, and
which I gotta go. I mean, he brought the blueprint out this time. Or no, I guess it was out the whole time, but it has that window, which I don't want. So I'm just gonna go through, which is third person, blueprints, and it's right here. And then open, double click. There it is.
And in here, we're going to add a new variable and change the type here to float.
Okay, so the new variables, the old ones right here from the first part of this video, I've kept them here, so this is only going to be at the bottom. Not too much of a big difference.
To change the name here to
health.
Yeah,
because we're going to change it anyways.
Compile,
so, yeah,
save that. And the default value, we can give it a value of 100 for 100 HP.
Yeah!
Okay, so basically,
so damage box.
When our character overlaps this damage box, what we want to do is get health. And then we can do something like minus key, or
okay. Did he say? I'm not you. Okay, so that's so weird to me still. Interesting. Well, actually, if we drag Wait. No, because we can't. I see, because we're in the damage box, because in here we created the variables. But we don't want to create this variable in here because we want that variable to be in here because that's the third person character. So, okay. Interesting. That's a little... that's confusing. But bit by bit, I'm understanding that. Boom.
And then we can do something like minus key.
Okay.
Or you could search subtract.
Oh.
You're going to see here subtract the
Oh.
health by this value.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's simple.
10.
10.
And then what we want to do is we want to
subtract
set
10.
the character's health.
So we don't need
So we
negative
want
10.
to drag off of the third person character and do set
You said?
health to the health value minus 10.
Okay.
And we want to hook up the execution pin. And then we want to do a print string.
Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, here's health. Okay, so health. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay, that's exactly what we're doing. So this is still the same variable, but we're setting. Okay. I think. I could be wrong here.
And
Still a
we
little
want to
confusing
hook
for
the
me.
health up into the string.
Really? Print string. And then, boom.
So that it converts from a float to a string. So now if we compile...
Oh, I see, because it's doing some... Yeah, I see, so it's doing some... So boom, does that math here, but turns that math into some text. Like, which is string, or into a string, which can be text,
Save
or numbers.
this. Go
Okay.
to our level right
we saved
here
it.
and select our damage box and drag it into our scene. Let's go ahead and actually...
Oh yeah, that's right, we gotta go here, boom, blueprints, damage box. Oop.
scale this thing up. Like so.
Oh yeah, this is going to be the area where we
And
just take damage, I
If we
see.
hit play, we're not going to know where it's exactly at. So just so that we can see it, go back into your damage box, select the box collision, click this little search in details, and search hidden in game. We're going to uncheck hidden in game, compile, save that, and when we hit play, we're going to see it in our game.
So that's what we can do for everything that has that.
It subtracted 90.
Oh, I want to see for ourselves. Okay. Oh, top left-hand corner. Right, 80. Because, yeah, it's printing string, which would default there. And then boom. Then it's going to go into the negative. And so I'm dead, basically, yeah. It's going to the negative. Oh, that's so cool. That is really cool.
80, 70, 60, and
Because you just added like a ragdoll thing
now,
right
this
after.
is good and all, but what I actually want to create is a damage box that continues to damage our character as long as we stand in that box. So what I want to do is to go back into our damage box, and instead of doing all of this,
Isn't that
I'm
what?
going
Oh, I
to
see what you mean.
select and delete this. What I actually want to do is to create an event.
Interesting. Trying to think of like when would this be used versus like other stuff. So like the player has to continuously trigger the event in order to get damage versus just standing on it and it just bop, 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 bop type of stuff. I don't know where you would use this, so that's interesting.
That just loops over and over and over until our character stops overlapping with the cube. So off of here, I want to actually get our third person character and promote this to a variable. And so this will promote our character to a variable. That way we have this reference. And we can do stuff like cast from our character reference, or we can also call certain nodes just off of our variable reference there.
Interesting.
Okay, and then off of here, we're going to do a set timer by event. So a set timer by event allows us to loop a certain event over and over and over.
Okay.
In this case, we want to damage our player over and over.
Yes.
So off of our event, we'll drag here and do add custom event.
Add custom.
We're
Okay.
going to name this to damage player. Off of our damage player here, we're going to do apply damage. In the damage actor, we want to get our third-person character reference. Hook that up to the damage actor. Let's go ahead and change the base damage.
Okay, he said reference, which that's what that is, the gets, okay. Because we set it here, so that's setting. That's what we did here, so it's setting. Set as third-person character. Boom, it's there, so we set it, boom. Then it's here. If we would just delete this, would this still be here? Or does that come down with that as well? That's an interesting thing. Because then if that's a thing and then you want to delete it, then you also got to make sure you delete the variable. Unless you don't, well, it would be nice to be like, you don't want a messy workspace. Not just for only you, but like if you're working with teams, that's also another thing. But also just, I mean, I guess it would save on some like file space, like 1 megabyte. But I mean, you know, or like less than that, but you know what I mean? Still save something.
To something like 30. And then
base damage 30.
Our timer.
Oh. Okay. Interesting. So there's more official stuff. This is server only. Interesting. That's why this icon's here. Oh. Because it can be client-side damage. Which that's interesting how some games like Battlefield have that bug that happen.
We need to set the time.
Where like all the damage gets applied into like one thing because of the packet server thing.
So this is every second. So we change this to say every 2 seconds.
Oh, I see.
We'll play
Okay.
this event.
Yeah.
And then we obviously need to check
damage.
looping, so it's playing it over and over.
Damage. Yes.
Then
Is that
let's
it?
go ahead and actually.
I was about to say that's super simple.
If we hit play here,
No way.
you're gonna see nothing's actually happening. It's because we can't see anything actually happening. To see something happen, we can drag off.
Oh, okay. I was going to say because something's not working, but no, yeah, that's right.
Do a print string, and we can print the variable that's being applied to our character.
Oh.
So if we hit play, we can see.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, I'm getting used to that. That's so cool. So. Boop. Or maybe not. Oh no, there it is. It's a 30. Did I set it for 20 seconds by accident? Am I crazy?
You can see here, it's just.
Do I not have that? Is that like little thing? Oh, I saw it flash. Yeah, I'm seeing it flash. 30, 30. Did his go down below 30 or?
Being over and over, applying 30 damage to.
Oh, interesting. So what? Oh. So okay, let me just make sure. Let me look at this real quick. Yeah, so he's got the plus. I didn't hit the plus button. Interesting. So what we made before was more of like your overall HP notification. This is what. You know how you're fighting mobs in MMOs and it says damage 15%. That's what we just made as a UI. Now we would just put that into something different that would output that above the person or on your screen in like a kill feed type of style. So that's what that was. Interesting. Which are two separate. Okay, so that's two separate uses. Maybe even two of those are used in the same game, depending.
To our character.
I mean, hey, why not at the end of the day, right? You can have a game that has crazy stuff in it, and you can still work at this game and people love it. If it's a good game. Yeah. Passion.
So we actually need to go into our character and add the other half of this, which is when our character receives damage. So right now we're applying damage, and in our character, nothing is happening.
Yes.
So nothing is
he's
actually
got to take
affecting our health variable.
Yes.
So we can add here.
That's what I was okay, so that's what I was just interested in because it's like we just did the notification. We didn't do okay, so exactly, okay.
An event called event any damage.
prevent any damage.
So if
Okay.
any damage is applied to a...
Hold up. I just saw this. I don't mean to stop him right there. Also another server thing. But if you go in... I'm also trying to hit Shift A to open this menu. I saw it. Since we're searching, it is good to go through here and see what this stuff is a little bit. Because this was in game. It's already here. Like, all that stuff is already here. You don't gotta worry about that. Apply damage, apply point damage, apply radio damage with fall off? Okay. Add component by class, assign on destroyed. Like, this is important. Create a local player, game name, game state, player controller. Oh, so... Okay, so there's player controller, there's... Get player character controller. Interesting. Quick game. Because the reason why I say that is that's like, I think these can be used as settings. Like, quick game, or go in there, quick game. That's what you would use. Set world origin location, set game pause. So you press escape and you put in the E or escape key. And this is like part of it, I guess. And then you got game options. Games instance. Yeah, this is really good to like, oh, so the game stuff is over here. So you could really just type in, right? Just game. And I think you would, yeah, it puts you on this because there's a few game stuff. Yeah, it puts you here. That's nice.
Us, in this case, the apply damage node.
Yes.
If it's applied to this character, it will call this event automatically. And these are events that are built in to Unreal Engine. Off of our health, we can get our health.
Oh, that's what I was man, okay. I'm starting... It's piecing together. It's like, wait, should I have brought the node in now? Because how are we going to be doing the health thing? Are we creating something new to reference the health? But no, okay, so we're still bringing out the health here.
You want
the float variable, which is just 100, so... Because this is blocking it, which I do apologize, but all this stuff is still here. The name, the floats, the health, which could be 200, 480 for Tarkov.
To do a subtract, and we want to subtract our health by the amount of damage that we receive.
And this is utilities operators.
We want to set our health to that value.
Okay. Set health. And set health. Boom, that's what we got because we're health. So we're setting the variable, which I think, can't you just do it like this? You can. Okay, so okay, that kind of scared me. I thought that was a whole different thing. Where it's like... That... Well, no, I thought it was, but it just like, he did a different way. So it was like, oh, wait, am I right? But no. So it is the same thing. You could just call it through this menu. And you don't have to do this. Which means that's faster. You don't have to drag your mouse over. You just boom, type, and then boom. Versus... Actually, I don't know, because it'd be like... Oh, you know, set health. I don't know. I'll try both ways and see which one I feel is best for me. But you put this one under. So, yeah, so the health, A, and then B. Okay, so this is A and B. I see. It doesn't just say on it. Thankfully, it says in the description. And then you plug this into the health. And then you plug this into here. You can add a pin. That's cool.
So. And then lastly, we'll want to do a print string so that we can see what's happening. Compile, save that, and hit play. Now, if we stand in this circle, every 2 seconds, you're going to see our health decreases 70, 40, 10. And you see it gets into the negative.
I did not even do that, did I? I don't know why I didn't. Well, that's good because the game said hello to us. It became sentient for a moment. Hello. But no. It just printed the default word that's in the print string, which is hello. Now it's 70, so just hurt us again, and then there we go. Oh, that's cool. Oh, wait. I was walking away and I was still getting damaged.
Alright, so this is cool and all, but let's actually set up a health bar so that we can see, instead of having this print string, we can actually see our health decrease on our screen. So we can add here in our content browser, right click, add a user interface, widget blueprint.
Ooh.
And we can name this health bar underscore W.
Wait, what? Oh, so there's other... Wait. Audio button. Audio text box. Okay, so I guess... Oh, yeah, so these are other classes, so we're just making them basics, which is a common.
Now, this is the...
Oh, okay, so that's... Go back in this, so that's the same thing. Oh, I remember we were in this a little bit.
widget editor. This is for user interface. There's a lot of things here, and I'm not going to explain everything in this video because this is just mainly blueprint. But basically, I'll give you a basic rundown. This is like your screen, if you're looking at your player screen, and basically we can add buttons and things onto our screen to create a user interface. So in this case, we want to add a progress bar, which is going to be our health bar.
Why did that just happen? That's weird because I'm like adjusting the whole thing. Oh, wait, canvas panel? Oh, okay, so I guess I went right over that. Wait, which extent? Delete. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's interesting. And then 0. There it is. Okay, now yeah, okay. Now how do I register this? Because this is 14 by 40 by 90. Okay, so what is he going to do? Let's check first.
Something like that. And then we actually want to move our anchor right here. So on the right, anchor to the bottom.
Okay.
Left of our screen. We take this little anchor and drag it like so to match it up with our health bar, like so. And the reason why we want to anchor it is so that if we play it...
Wait. This is a weird tool. Oh, so you got to do that each time? Okay. I'll just put it there for now.
In a different window or whatnot, it will know where to scale this little progress bar, and our progress bar is not going to be in the middle of the screen or on the side or off the screen. Okay, so we have our little health bar here. So in the details here, the progress, so you can scroll the percent. See our health goes from left to right. So we have 1%, which is completely full. And we have a 0, which is empty.
No. Is that because I did this? Yes. No. How does he have that then? Oh, like that, I guess? No. Okay, continue.
So what we can do is we can actually bind our percent to our player's health value. So to bind this, all we need to do is click on the percent, create binding.
Oh.
And then here you can see we actually have a blueprint editor graph.
Yeah.
So just like in our character graph here, in our user interface, nodes. We can add stuff like blueprints. So in this little progress bar function, what we want to do is we want to bind our character's health to the percent. So what we can do is right click, get owning player pawn. And we want to cast to third person character. And then off of there, we can go ahead and get health.
Also, that's cast, not cast, but this is on, yeah, this is client only. Yeah. It's, there we go.
And instead of directly plugging this into our value right here.
Oh. I didn't see him do, oh, I really did not see him do that for a hot second. Jesus. Okay, here we go. Plug this in.
We actually need to convert this to a percentage because the output value is only a value between 1 and 0.
Oh,
And this is
see
a
what you
value
mean.
between 100 and 0. So we need to
Yeah.
multiply this by 0.01. Hook that up to the return value and hook up the execution.
well,
into
that
the
stuff is going to
return
be confusing for me in the future,
compile
but
and save that. Now in our third person character, we need to actually create this widget on our screen. So we
Okay.
can add a
one event damage.
event begin play. And what we want to do is to create widget. And this will create the widget that we just
Event begin play. I'm stuck not being able to do that though.
added to our screen.
Why he can do it and I can't?
So let's go ahead and select our health bar widget. For the owning player, we drag off of here and get player controller. And then after this, we need to drag off the return value and do add to
controller
viewport. So this will create our widget
Oh, so that's
and
how you
add
added
it
a
to
viewport.
our viewport.
So that's okay. So that's the node where you add the okay. So add to where you add stuff to the viewport. Amazing.
Compile and save that.
Compile and save. Is it already
So
done?
hit play here. You can see here
It
we have our
is.
little health bar on our screen.
But mine doesn't work.
And you're going to notice it's full at 100 HP because that's our
Oh,
default
no, why?
value in our character.
Oh.
So if I move into here, you're going to see our health is decreasing by 30.
What's it called? Event tick. Has it been saying event tick this whole time, but I've been thinking it's begin play? Probably not. Probably so. Let's see. Please. It does. It does. I got it. Okay. So, because yeah, it's doing it every tick though. But I think that would have to work like that now. It'd be funny if it automatically worked, but it's not. My bar is just not full because I didn't do that. He said his. So if I do this, how do you do it?
And what we want to do is
Boom.
to create widget. And this will create the widget that we just created and add it to our screen. So let's go ahead and select our health bar widget. For the owning player, we drag off of here and get
Wait, was that different?
player controller. And then after this, we need to drag off the return value and do add to viewport. So this will create our widget and add it to our viewport.
Okay. Did that bug out or did I bug out doing the wrong node? Wait, I don't know what I did because I feel like I did the same thing, but this didn't change into a different node. I feel like when I did this, it changed into a different node. Is that wrong? Maybe not. Okay, well, either way, so it was something was up with this node. That was for sure. Redid it and then replugged it in. Now it works. Awesome. There it is. Okay, that's right. Okay. Boom. 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 Player. Self. Return. Object. Yes. Target. Health. Boom. Mine wasn't 0.1. I don't know if that is the issue. Interesting. That's right, we can do it from here. Wait, what? So that was the issue. The 0.01. Well, that's a good relief, though. That is not something that event tick works. That's like my biggest relief that I've just... Okay, so really having here 0.01. I thought you just said 0.1.
10 and -20 and so on.
Yes.
So you can see here our health is updating because we bound the progress bar percentage, go back to the graph here, to our character's health. So we can go ahead and close that.
Okay.
I'm going to select this, press C to add a comment, and do health bar stuff.
Okay. So this is down here? Yeah, it is. Okay. This is good to do, like, really get in the practice of this. In Blender, it's not so easy to make comments like this, so that's why I don't do in Blender. If they made it easier, then I would. I've already had to search it up 5 different times. With this, it's just C. Didn't have to search this up at all.
Okay, and we can move this around like so. Alright, so one thing you might notice is if we hit play here, and if we just go in this once and get out, we're going to see it's actually still damaging us even if we're outside of the collision box. So we need to add our logic here to stop this timer, which is looping and applying damage over and over. So in order to do that, we need to drag off our other actor, pass to third person character, and we need to stop this timer. So the way that we have to stop this is we actually need to get a reference to our timer. So we can drag off the return value, promote that to a variable. We can name this variable timer ref for timer reference.
Okay.
Then we can drag our reference, get it, and then we can do invalidate, clear and invalidate timer by handle. Hook that up to the execution, and basically when we leave the collision box or the damage box, it will stop the timer and will stop applying damage to our character.
Basically, like it's like two-way teleporter. It's not just like a teleporter that puts you point A to point B, but you can go through and the stuff like communicates to each other. That's what this stuff is. Interesting.
So we can test this out. Damaged. We can walk out of here.
Hey!
You see it stopped damaging our character. Alright, so let's actually add some particle effects because say we want to have like a little fire on here, so that instead of having this little ugly box, we can actually have a fire particle effect that looks nice and actually damages our character. Open up your Epic Games launcher.
Oh, okay.
And on the Marketplace tab here, we can go ahead and search FX. And then you want to filter by free. And you're going to see this FX Variety Pack. And of course, you can always search FX Variety.
I mean, I guess that's okay. Free? There we go. There it is. So it's here, right? You want this one?
In the search bar.
Yeah.
But once you click on it here,
it's not bad. I mean, these are kind of cool to play with a little bit.
Here you want to go ahead and add this to your project or get it. It's 100% free. So once you click add to project,
it's for Blueprint Beginner, add to project. And not bad. Good old 75 megabytes, not just like a tree 202 gigabyte files. So they're already here.
And we might have to close our project here first. I'm not finding here. I'll just restart my launcher real quick.
I guess that's a bug in his engine.
Exit the Epic Games launcher. Restart this. And then back in our FX Variety Pack, we can go ahead and add a project, show all projects, and search Blueprint Beginner.
Oh, I see what it means.
Select that. You're going to see here asset not compatible. We can go ahead and hit this drop down and select the latest version that's closest to 5. So we can do 4.26 and click add a project. So this will add.
Oh, I wonder if they recently updated this.
FX.
Maybe because of this tutorial, people are using it and they're like, hey, a lot more downloads, let's actually do it.
Our Unreal Engine 5 project. And then you're going to see here this new folder, FX Variety Pack.
Okay, so that's all good. Yeah, we don't have to do that.
To particles here, and you can see we have all sorts of.
Man. Okay, so like these are just like little small stuff, but this helps you learn. This is free assets to just plug in that you don't have to create immediately by yourself. That's just either reference or like you can use this as reference to actually make the crazy things in other programs. Like this is so awesome
stuff. So we actually want to use this.
Yeah, I was thinking about this as well because this is like too much.
Which is this little fire effect to damage our character. So we can go ahead and
There we go.
right click, edit our damage box.
Wait. Oh no, he's going back into the... Okay, no. I see. Because I'm like, wait, we're right-clicking into this too? No. Oh, and actually already has an arrow too. That's super sick. That's nice of them. And they changed the color of the arrow too, so you can do that. That's nice. You like the green? Or maybe I'm wrong about that.
And we're going to add an event begin play.
Okay.
Spawn emitter at location. So this will spawn that particle effect. And the location we want to
At location?
get
Oh.
after location.
This is a beefy boy. Really, it's just all that stuff. In really, what this is that you don't click it and have to do it here. You do it here. That's all that is.
And hook up the vector into the...
Yeah, get active location. Just make sure that wasn't something different. I don't know why it would be the controller. It's too thick to be the controller. Get actor location. And hook up return value to the location. Oh, the location.
the location.
Okay.
And now all we need to do is to go back,
Compile,
select
save.
our magic circle, and assign it in there. And again, we can
Select our magic circle and assign... Wait, what? Oh, it's already selected. It's already selected. I just pressed the button. Bro, that's pretty cool. More goodies to play with? 100%. And that's just one. And this is pretty good. Like, I remember looking at for free assets in version 4.26. I can't even imagine what's free right now. And then monthly, and then all that stuff.
We can actually select and access our content browser within the blueprint. It's actually a new feature of Unreal Engine 5. But anyways, we can go ahead
Wait,
and compile,
what?
say that, hit play.
That's kind of funny.
You can see our fire effect.
I didn't realize that's that new. Jesus.
You can see it actually damaging
Oh, really?
our character.
Yeah, because it's just an effect.
So another thing
Which I've,
that I want to
I've
mention
placed two.
is we can obviously select our damage.
But which one's the right one? Uh-oh. Oh, no, wait, it's not two. Wait, what? I mean, I really don't care. But if this was play, then yeah, I would care.
Hide, make that hidden in game, and now
Oh, yeah, that's right, because, where is it? Damage box. We turned the hidden game off. Or we unselected this so we could see it in game, but if we turn it on, we don't see the box anymore. So if we go in here, so getting damage every 2 seconds. Now, I know I hope he says something where you do this and then your player dies. Like, where's that? Because I can kind of see maybe a variable, like is dead, but how do I is dead after health is gone?
we hit play, we can see our little particle effect here, damaging our character over time. And of course, we can move out. So now let's go ahead and add a health or a healing actor that will heal our character's HP back to normal. So back in our content blueprints damage box, we'll go
This is so interesting. Okay. Contents, blueprints, damage box. Do we just want to copy and paste?
go ahead and add another blueprint class.
It's not the damage box. Save. Blueprint class.
Actor VP underscore health box. Open
BP
that up.
underscore health. Box.
In here, we'll go ahead and add the same thing, a
Open it up.
collision box, box collision. Name this heal box.
Collision.
In our event graph here, we can go ahead and
Boom, boom.
delete this
Oh, heal box.
and select our heal box. Scroll down.
Good event. Delete everything. He went pretty fast here, but just doing the same thing. With the box, scroll down. We want to begin overlap, and then we want to end overlap.
Add our event begin overlap and our event end overlap. Then off the other actor, cast
To cast to third person.
character. Then same thing, we want to set timer by event.
Him typing is throwing off my typing.
So we want to
He types the way I do, where it's just like
loop healing our character.
type of slow, then
So off the event, we'll go ahead and add a
or finish if has.
custom event. Name this heal play.
Hold up. Set timer by event. Jesus Christ. Set timer by event. And then custom event. Health.
And what we want to do for this event is we want
What do you name
to
it?
take
Heal
our
player.
character reference.
Oh no. Oh. Because health, like, what does that mean? So it'd be better to actually put heal player.
And get health. And you want to check and see if the health
Get
is
health.
equal to
Equal?
100 HP. Okay, so is our health variable equal to 100 HP?
And there's a red thing here too.
And if so, we return this boolean. And if you remember, the boolean is true or false.
Oh. Okay.
So if
So-
we drag off our boolean, we can do a branch
Yeah.
and hook that up to our heal player. So before we can heal our character, we're going to check to see if our health is equal to 100. If so,
If health... Oh, see, okay, so I think this is what I wanted right here, but this is a little confusing still.
we don't want to heal our character because they're
Or
already
disable
at
movement?
full HP. But if not, what we want to do is we want to get health. And you want to add. So we want to add, say,
Okay.
10 HP. And they want to again drag off our character and set health and hook up the add to our health variable and hook up the false into the health. So again,
Okay.
we want to heal our player when they overlap. If they have less than 100, we want to heal our character 10 HP.
Yeah, because you don't want them to go past 100. You could do this in a different way, but the reason why I put this here because we want to cap it.
And of course, we need to set the time here.
Even
so
the
we'll
coding.
set this to every
It's just gotta remember more stuff.
1.5 seconds.
But yeah.
Looping. We
Turn
want to
on.
heal our character 10
Yes,
HP.
constantly.
So go ahead and
To unsaved, I'm just going to click
drag
that
this
because that's
box
super
in
fast.
here.
Like, that's really fast. All saved. Well, that's right, because we got the BP damage box, BP health box. There it is.
Scale
And
this thing
scale it,
up.
yeah.
And we actually need to add our particle effect and all that good stuff. So
Makes
do
sense.
another
Particles.
event, begin play.
Oh. Yes. So BP, no. Health bar, that's a health bar, so that's UI still, because he restarted his thing, because he had to, because of the engine. But we don't have to, so we're going to event begin play. So since there isn't one, we can event begin play.
Spawn emitter at location.
Spawn.
For our emitter template, we can just search heal aura. And then for our location, we can get.
Oh, wait. Oh. That's why there's two. I placed it in. Oh. I see. So if I press H and play, it should be there. Oh. Well, actually, I press H on my side, so. Hold up. Control Z. I'm just going to delete it. It should be one there. It is. Oh, so that's what we did. I see. So through. Okay. So these are emitters, but you can still just place it there. And then you get damaged. Is it here? There it is. Oh, I just saw. Hey, there it is. A little spoiler there, but that's interesting. And there's no print screen on this one, so you're just getting HP'd, while this one is kind of debugged on top left saying Going down. Okay. Interesting.
Actor location, and hook that up to the location like so. I'll say that if we hit play, we can now damage our character.
There it is. That one is floating, but that one isn't, weirdly enough. I'm pretty sure I did the same thing, damage box. It's the illusion.
And then we can start healing our character by standing in here. And you're gonna see if I walk out, it's still healing our character.
Oh, that's right.
We forgot to add the event on end overlap.
I looked at that like that was empty
over there. So again, what we want to do is we want to stop this timer. And again, to do that, we want to get a reference of our timer. So we'll go ahead and turn off.
Wait, am I wrong?
Return value, promote that to a variable.
Oh, that's right.
Name this timer
remote.
And then off of our end overlap.
So you can have the same name. Okay, so you can have the same naming variables in different blueprints.
Person character. And we want to drag off our timer ref and clear and invalidate timer by handle. Compile,
yeah, just type in clear
that.
And it's already there. There's only one node that has clear, and it's this one.
Now, everything should be working. If we go into our damage, we can damage our character.
All saved.
If we go into our heal, we can heal our character. And if we step out, it's going to stop. If we step back in.
Oh, look at that. That's so cool.
Just like
Actually, wait,
so.
hold up. I just healed all the way.
So very simple way for damaging and healing your character.
Oh.
And also binding that event to your user interface. So hopefully you've learned a little bit about communicating between blueprints. All right, so next up, let's go ahead and create.
Yeah, so like Jesus, and then also kind of like spawning them because they're not there. That's interesting. Oh. This looks better. Oh. Really, this should be a comment, and then like, well, this and maybe even this inside, just like the this. 2 sets of comments, but they have a different color, so it's actually look good for 2 separate comments on top of each other. That type of organization. I mean, even they took the time because they even know themselves. Then you go up in here, you got some alien like worm up here, like Jesus. If I go in here to, go back where we left off, this is damage box. So if we go into here, we got a health bar that's on screen. After 2 seconds, takes our health away, which you can see our full health on the top left-hand corner. And over here, it heals. We didn't put up the string thing because it's more of a debug, but it also tells you your full health, which we could have set up, but we didn't. Because the video didn't. I didn't want to go extra just yet, but that's super sick. And then also, it doesn't do it when you're over distance. Which is also really important because that is something that you don't want to like get damage over distance unless you want to. Also, I realized as well importance. So I didn't understand how the spawn at emitter worked. Why is this levitating? Well, because this is above. So if I just do this, duh. But the thing is, that's so awesome because if I do this, then there's going to be 2. That's the awesomeness about the code that I didn't realize, that I wish he just showed this in the video because that's an easy thing that explains. That is super important because that saves legit so much time of having to place the emitter or the box that gives you the health and stuff, and then having to place the effect right on top in the middle every single time. So it's like in the box each time, so it's exact. Not just only be exact, but also just to place another one without having to. Like, I could go all over here and press end once and move once, and now there's one up there, so the player, like this. So I'll go up here, boop, boop, boop. Just to show it off. Boom, damaged. And then go over here to the new one, and then heal. So that's, I feel like I need to explain that because that is something that is huge. Like, this is so huge, you need to almost do that because it saves so much time.
Just like so. So very simple way for damaging and healing your character, and also binding that event to your user interface. So hopefully you've learned a little bit about communicating between blueprints. Alright, so next up, let's go ahead and create a soccer goal and a soccer ball actor. Go to your blueprints again, right click, add a new folder. We're going to name this soccer blueprints. And there we're going to add a blueprint class of the type actor. And we're going to name this BP underscore.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So blueprint actor.
Soccer goal.
Okay, so BP underscore soccer goal. BP for blueprint.
Go ahead and open this up. And in here we're going to add a static mesh. Name it as soccer goal. Compile and save that. And back in our content browser here and in the project files, remember to download the project files, link in description. And if you haven't already,
we already did.
Import them by dragging and dropping them into your project files. We have this soccer goal right here.
Wait, where did I put it? There it is.
Here. And right now you can see there's no material on this net. So let's go ahead and fix that real quick. In our content browser, we have this net material. Double click that. And in this,
I'll just make sure, like, is that, like, messed up? Net, okay.
This material here, we want to actually add this little texture node, this mask. So we can go ahead and drag that into our net, to our graph. Change this net type to right here to masked, and hook up the RGB.
Okay.
Into the pasty mask.
Oh, I see. Okay. Why is that? Well, actually, no, mask. I see why. Because, yeah, that's going to do that.
Now,
that's awesome. Okay.
This will give us this little mask for the net. And we can also select this net and make sure it's two-sided. That way we can see from the back and front. Save that. And now our little soccer goal has this net material.
Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. Preparing shaders. But yeah, that is actually really, really sick. Okay, so... because that's so cheeky. Especially the two-sided, because you can easily make fences so, like... or that's how fences are made in, like, Unreal. Especially if done good and made them, like, look different. Not just, like, something like this, but I mean, that's just a black and white texture. That's not even, like, an object. So that's, like, a super cheeky way of, like, getting... it's, like, pretty optimized way of, like, doing something like this. And it's using the color of this, so we could change the color because it's just masking. So wherever the white lines are, that's what's appearing. And it's blocking everything else out because it's just a circle. That's cool. So... yeah, go back in here. Oh, there it is. Look, so nice.
So now we can go ahead and go back to our soccer goal blueprint.
Okay.
With our soccer goal stat.
Well, I needed to save this because I just realized that wasn't saved, so let me save this. Always do that. BP soccer goal, okay. And we got to select mesh.
Change this to SM underscore soccer goal.
Okay, so
All
goal.
Right, so
I was going to type in
It
goal.
might look big. And what we can go ahead and do is actually go to our blueprints, soccer blueprints, soccer goal,
okay,
and drag.
We're not going to scale it in. We're probably going to, but I just went super far back. So here it is. Jesus.
Drag this into our scene. And what I'm going to do is actually delete all this third-person stuff.
I'm not.
To make room. And we can go ahead and move this, rotate it around so it's facing us. You can see it's huge, so what we're going to do is...
roll the ball into the goal.
With our soccer goal here, we're going to snap this.
I see what he's...
like
I had a feeling he's going to do that. He's going to, like, see it in real time.
And we're going to adjust our scale right here to be something like 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. That looks a lot better. So now we can go ahead and compile, save that. Now let's go ahead and add another component,
I'll save, just make sure.
which is a box collision.
Did it not? Wait, what? 0.5, 0.5, was it that big? No. It's still, wait. Why would you, okay, what, okay. I'm gonna follow it.
So we can go ahead and scale this box collision to be inside of this goal. Okay. So go ahead and move this up, E to scale, something like so. Now what we want to do is we want to, with our box selected, scroll down.
We're gonna do a box or on all overlap collision stuff. How would you? Interesting. How would you do that? I mean, well, he's doing it like that, I guess. So like that would have to be. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I see. I see. Interesting. So they can't be cheeky somehow, and it hits the edge, and it goes through. There we go.
Add an event, begin overlap.
So on this one? Add event, begin overlap. I don't like how they're not green. Bothers me.
And right now what we want to do is when a ball overlaps our box collision, we want
there be
to
an end overlap.
Spawn a explosion or a particle effect to show that we scored our ball in the goal.
X that,
so
deleted
of course we need to actually create the ball. So let's go ahead and go back to our soccer blueprints folder. Right click, add another blueprint class of the type actor.
Oh, that's right. We can do this. What is it? Oh, that's okay. So it is Control B, but that's not the blueprint. That's the object. So we just have to go blueprints. I could probably pull this up in this. That's probably what I should do. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So this will go back here. I gotta get used to that. So yeah, because that's actually really sick. Having 2 menus. Oh, that's OP. Yeah, that's really OP because it saves that. So then go in here. Oh no, that's not going here. I'm like, hey, let's go in here. No. Got to go in here and make a new one. Blueprint.
We want to name this to BP _ soccer ball. Double click and open it. I'm going to add a static mesh component. Name this to ball mesh. In our static mesh, we can search SM _ ball. We see
0,
this
1.
Soccer ball.
Okay.
And of course, this one is also really big. We hit this browse. We can drag this into our scene. You see it's massive. So we'll go ahead and size this down by going in our soccer ball. 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Compile. Save that. You see that it is a lot.
Okay, so he wants to be
smaller,
exact 0.1.
Much better. Maybe it's a little bit too big, but
okay, so it's
for
still
this
even.
purpose,
Okay.
it'll be absolutely fine.
Okay, that's fine. Compile, save. Go back. Control space. Soccer ball. Yes. Move up. N key. That doesn't work. Interesting.
So now we have our ball blueprint. So we go back into the.
Did he purposely move it up? I don't know if he did that. Because that's what you would have to do, right? So that's a blueprint, because that's where the ball is going to be like rolling, so it'd be like that. Uh-oh. No. Redo. Go over here. Delete. Space. N key. Yeah, there we go. So, put this over here. I'm just going to scale this in here now. Boom. Oh. Accidentally just did that. No. It's searching everything. Why is that? Oh, it's preparing textures. I'm like, what's going on?
Goal. Event graph. We do BP _ soccer ball. So if a
Has to BP. So we're going into the goal. We're not going into the ball. We're going into the goal. That's what I was a little confused on. And then we're calling to. Now this is interesting. So this is different. We're not doing like third. Cast to BP third person character, which is the person. So if the person enters that, it counts as a point. We don't want that. So other actor. Because it's still, that's what an actor, because we did a BP actor. We didn't do a BP pawn, so that's what the actor is. And the third person character is an actor blueprint. It's not a pawn blueprint. So other actor, that could be anything that is related to the actor blueprint. Then you can cast to anything that is that. So ball. And that's something that would be good to name stuff like that, because there's only, one thing is going to be named ball. So just type in ball. Don't type in BP, because all the BPs are going to show up. Soccer, there might be some soccer stuff, because if you're doing soccer goal, then ball, there's soccer ball. Unless you want to see soccer, all the soccer stuff, then you can actually do that. Just depends. But for me, faster and all that stuff.
A ball has overlapped and entered into our goal.
I'll say.
What we want to do is spawn emitter at location.
Oh.
And for our location, get our soccer goal and get world.
Did you do it like that? Spawn? Oh, he did. Okay. You did that for a second. Okay, so spawn emitter at location. So you have to pull that out that way, because there's certain things only can be used here and vice versa, because that can't be plugged that way because it wouldn't work. And he put the soccer goal? Yes, he did. So we just drag and drop the soccer goal in, and then he's casting it, or not casting
world location. And then we'll just plug this into our location. We'll add maybe a little explosion. Maybe this.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cheeky. Okay. That's probably going to be like one of the, if you're going to be going to blueprints, get world location is probably be one of the biggest things. Get world location of the soccer ball. You can put in any location you want, but what we want for this specifically is the location of the soccer ball. Target be anything that is a blueprint, and the blueprint, since we have a soccer ball, has the model in it as well. It's this. If that enters, or get the location so it knows. And then, because we're gonna be spawning something at that, like probably some confetti, like yay, but like once it hits that, yay, so it like happens at the same time.
This little
yeah
PKY hit. Compile, save that, and so if we hit play here, you're gonna notice one of two things: our ball does not move around.
Yes, that's something I knew was gonna work, because. Static, maybe? It's not a static thing?
Let our ball...
Or it's not movable? It's a static mesh?
Ball simulate physics and move around. We need to go back to our soccer ball. Scroll down to the physics tab with the mesh selected. And then you want to hit this simulate physics. And for...
Also, another thing, I mean, you do want to go down. That's also really good, but it's like... This just recently got added in Blender. Use that, because right there. Number one, faster, right? But since we don't really know all this, it would be best to understand, okay, so there's a physics section, there's this, there's that. But you could... Okay, so I don't know what sim is under. Sim's under physics. Okay, so where's physics again? Simulate physics. Okay, it's right here. But then you could also, now in the future, boom, simulate physics.
For our mass in kg, we want to checkbox that and change this to 20. Compile, save that.
Interesting. So we do it through here. I thought it was going to be through this, but it doesn't have that there. That's right, because it's a blueprint. So blueprints, if it's a mesh, an actual mesh, it's got, this is what I was talking about. So if it's actual like objects that it's not a blueprint, that's got to be a thing if you want that to move. Including lights and stuff.
See our actor moves. We can hit it into our goal.
Save. All saved. All saved, sir. Thank you, Bosky, for the status support. Oh, that is so cool. Okay, well, I'm doing a little spin there. That is so cool. That's really cool.
Goal.
Okay. Does it work?
You see here, it's not going inside of our goal. This is because...
Wait, what just happened? Oh. Why does that disappear? Did I hide that by accident? Oh, that's right. I just Alt-H. I do that every time because I'm so used to Blender. And open the world. I don't know what the world partition window is. Drag over a world. Select loaded. Okay. Yeah, so that's gonna be something I'm gonna Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. So that's something interesting and cheeky. The same thing I know. It's a almost no answer feature month. It's menu. Editor. Click and drag and select all the spells. Oh. I just mouse wheeled and I just lost it. Wait, am I on the right thing? Hold up. Engine. Editor. Yeah. Okay, so let me make sure. I did type in Unreal 5, but no. Okay, so, I wanted to try to see if I could figure that out real quick. That's something we're gonna have to dive in and fully figure out at a different time. Because that's not working how I'm seeing it in other videos, so I'm gonna have to figure out find a good video on that, because I didn't know this was a thing. I didn't know this was that, or I didn't even know this existed, but I've seen hints of this, but it's I feel like that's messed up, because I just mouse wheel, even with pressing shift and stuff, and it maxes me out. It goes to instant max, which that's not right. And then when I zoom in, it's not even at the same spot, because you don't see the lines. But sometimes it doesn't always do that, because you'll still sometimes see the red line. And I can't select, I'm trying to select here, it's doing nothing. If I go out, I feel like that would be, that doesn't seem right. But maybe that's already because that's the word partition, so I gotta keep that in mind.
Collision settings on our soccer goal. Go to your soccer goal blueprint, go to your soccer goal mesh, and in this static mesh here, we want to scroll down to the collision, and under the collision complexity, we want to just use complex collision as simple. Okay, now if we save that.
As the simple collision, interesting. Because that's another thing I realized is I tried to do some experimenting with bringing in objects with no collision at all, and it just of course doesn't work. But other things actually do bug out as well, and bug out because you're not doing it quote unquote the correct way. But this is a piece of that is the collision and all that stuff. Interesting.
Save that. I'm gonna go ahead and move this back a little bit.
Does that make sense why? So, because the collision was blocking it, right?
And if I hit play here.
Oh, so that straight up was just the collision of the object that was blocking the ball from going in. Not even the box, because I'm why did the box collision do that? Because that never has happened before. Where we go through, these are the box collisions. Why would that work like that? That confused the crap out of me. Because we didn't add any extra code. No, it's just straight up because the collision here straight up did that. But now we're using the complex collision, which is all this stuff, as the simple. So we can go in now. And I think all this would be working. So if we jump on this, we would slide down, it wouldn't just be straight. Could be wrong, but I think that's what it's supposed to do. I just don't know how well it actually does that.
Kick our ball into the...
Oh, it looks like it does that.
And you see it.
Oh, I saw the spark.
Effect.
Yeah.
Now, I also want the ball to actually...
Well, first, I'm checking this out. Let's go. What? Oh, I know why. Because we're big enough to load this level. Yeah, I know, right? So that's another thing. Blueprints. Oh, no, that's right. Back. Oh, I'm I should be looking at this right now. Where is it? Because I've realized this is an older version. It's not an instance. It's not instance. I don't know if... I forget if you can instance blueprints. Soccer goal. Delete. And it's not loaded. Okay. Well, that's cool. Interesting. I don't like that. I really don't like that. Well, that really messes us up. Wait, is it because I might have did an oopsie poopsie? Let me see first. So do this. Blueprint. Gotta get used to it. There we go. Now it's good size. Now this is updated with everything. So save. Now would this work? Maybe not. Oh, there it goes. Okay, nice. Okay, so I was right. And the collision was actually too big for this, or too small for this model, so I can't even go in there. So it's actually working that way. About and back. Yep. Okay, awesome. Yeah, there we go. Awesome.
Actually disappear.
I wanted some like confetti effect or something, but that's okay.
When I do that, and I also want my particle effect
Also,
to be...
I thought maybe I placed in blueprint mode, so that's why like it did that with the blueprint, but nope, that did not do that. It's also doing the same thing with the emitters, but the thing is, his emitters do disappear. So I was like, oh wait, game mode? It was on, but still doesn't matter.
be much larger and more visible to the character. So back in the soccer goal BP, first destroy our soccer ball after it's scored. So off of here we can do destroy actor, the target being the BP underscore soccer ball. Hook that up.
Yeah, okay, so that's actually big. Interesting. It's communicating back and forth a little bit, but because it's actually no. Because it's hitting the box. So when it hits the box, it's going to destroy. Always. So even if we didn't hit up this emitter and we just did that, it would just destroy. But we want to add an effect. How do you add an effect? You put an emitter in between the destroyed actor and the soccer ball blueprints. So you also need to get the location of that ball as well to spawn the emitter. Because where are you going to spawn the emitter? You just spawn it on that, because you can. You would have to... Actually, can you get the box? You can. So, you would just have to get world location, box. So, the collision box for the soccer... Like, if it was a soccer ball, that stuff, it would go in. So, it's just... Basically what I'm saying, you place anything here. But, if you wanted to ever add something like this, you just plop it in between.
And then for the emitter location, we can alt-click there, and instead of doing this,
what else we do?
Drag off of here and do make vector. And then off of here, we can do break vector. Hook up obviously.
Separate X, Y, and Z. Combine X, Y, and Z node in like Blender. That's what this is. Break vector. What are we doing here?
And for the Z, can do this like 300 units higher than the location of the
XYZ. 300 he said. Yeah,
goal. That way it just spawns a little bit higher. If we hit play, we can run it into...
Oh, I see. Okay. Is that an issue for mine, though? Well, that didn't work. Made a little mini game here. Oh my goodness. It's actually... There we go. Yeah, it's not... Okay, so we didn't really need that because he didn't move the ball up. I did. So that's why that this is... It's still good because what he's doing, that's awesome. Actually, I'll make it 10. How's 10? I don't even need to be going over here. I could do this. And it spawns here. Yeah, that's not bad. But it's also good because that's very compressed. That's why I kind of like going in here because I could see it nice and wide. Boom. So that's like at 10. So mine would be 100. Yeah, there we go. So boom, and then it disappears. Because it destroyed the actor, so the actor is not here anymore. Oh, wait, no. I was about to say, well, I now know why the blueprints are disappearing, because we were spawning in the mad emitters, but we're not. So it's like, wait, what is happening? But we know what's happening, but like, why is the other stuff kind of funny?
And now the soccer ball.
That's really simple right there.
Actually isn't the smoothest when it's rolling around.
Yeah.
And it actually
That's actually kind of good. That's actually kind of good for this minigame, though.
Better collision on a model. So if we go into our
soccer ball
project files, soccer ball, go to our collision, we can.
Okay, let's first go to there so we can follow him. Project files, soccer ball.
And go ahead and remove the current collision.
Whoa, oh, okay. Ooh. So this is a good tutorial. He does give you a lot of important stuff. So collision, straight up, you can just remove it.
Collision that it has, and add a spear simplified collision. You see here, it's this little green line. You can't really see it. But if we hit play now, it's gonna roll around.
Oh, actually, maybe this would be better. Let's see. Well, it's much easier. That's why it's like, that's not better. Well, that's super easy each time. And that's how you would fail. But like, that's also very smooth though. Like, that's legit perfect smooth. Yeah, it's perfect. That's really cool. That's really cool. Very important to know too. Like, that's like, look at that. That's legit like it's so crazy. Like, that's so crazy to me that this is real time. Oh, the down shot. Oh no. Ball. I want to see real quick. So add box, add capsule. Okay, so you would have to make this collision yourself in a different engine, I'm pretty sure. Well, that's what he did. So he purposely like made it jaggy, and then he showed how you can make it smooth. But if you wanted to do the vice versa, you would have to probably go back in or do something else. Interesting.
Nice and smooth, just like that. So now we can score our ball.
Is he going to do some UI?
Explode just like that.
Because I could see us like hooking up the print screen. Actually, let me just look at it real quick. Before he says anything else, he might not even do it, but... Actually, no, would you branch? Actually, how would you do that? Would you just continue through? Well, actually, yeah, because you... Yeah. Because, right? Because we want it to get destroyed. If not, then we would just remove this and the ball would always be there and then the UI would pop up. So yeah, I would want to destroy it so it would just string off. Yeah. I'm just gonna be a little cheeky and do this real quick. Good for a little practice. It's gonna print string hello, right? Yeah, tap left hand corner. There you go. There's your UI. You just won. Interesting. I don't know if he's gonna do that, so I don't want to go full crazy just yet on that.
But right now, we don't have our ball spawning back in, and so the game is pretty boring here. We can only score once, and then the ball is gone. So to respawn...
Depends at what game, because it could be a different level.
On the ball, it's actually...
Hit it, and then transports you to the next level.
Actually really easy.
Or same level, but different location.
We go back into our soccer goal blueprint, and then off of our destroy actor, we're going to do a delay.
Interesting.
And so we're gonna wait for about 2 seconds after they scored it, and then we're going to spawn actor from class. And so the spawn actor from class spawns a blueprint or an actor. So in this case, we're going to search for our BP underscore ball underscore soccer ball for our
There's a few other
spawn
balls there, but...
transform. What we actually want to do is we want to right click and split this so that we have the vectors.
Oh, that's a little funky, but really cool. That I've never seen something like that in Blender before. I always like to use Blender as a reference, especially for my Blender users. That's crazy. I like that. Spawn transform scale XYZ, rotation XYZ scale, or location, rotation and scale.
And rotator. And off of our spawn transform location, we want to drag off of here and promote this to a variable. And we can just name this to ball spawn location, like so. So compile and save that. And so now we can...
Now, thing is, I'm trying to think, we could just make our... Oh, I do apologize. Tried that down from the beginning. But, I'm pretty sure we could just have done this, made it a vector. Like, we could have done the slow way of doing this, naming it ball, and then putting it as a vector. And then dragging and dropping, and then get it. And then hook it up. But, to be faster, which I wish he explains this, I could be wrong, but there's, like, we're looking at the same stuff. Like, this is the ball, like, I got a little confused right there thinking I was at the old one, but no, legit, same stuff. Only thing that's different here is that you just automatically, I just deleted it, the one that's made. But to promote is just basically a key, like a hotkey for making a variable and automatically connecting the variable. Doesn't explain that in here. I wish he does, but him explaining it or him showing this is really important because that's very, very, very good of a cool thing of like Unreal, because you fully understand that, then right here you can do the same thing, right? Or what is this? I don't think this can. No, you can. I forget which variable this is. What's an actor? So you can get actor. Okay. Interesting. That's what promote is. Uh-oh, what that is do? I probably shouldn't have done that. Interesting. Oh, probably because that was empty.
Set the ball spawn location default value here. But instead of doing this would actually require me to look in the viewport,
get world location,
find the location and copy.
Oh, no. I was like, I don't know why I said get world location. That's true. But I can't see it though. Okay, so that's... Once I figure out this, for whatever reason, this is a little funky right now for me. I don't know why, but to get the location, I don't know if I can. Actually, no, I can. So shift 1, this.
And paste it back into here. And if I actually wanted to move the ball around to a different spawn location, it's just not the best way. All right, so what we want to do is create a new variable.
Are we copying it or not? I guess I'll chill for a second.
And we're going to name this soccer ball ref. We're going to change the variable type to BP underscore soccer ball. Object reference.
Wait. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. So BP underscore soccer ball object reference. Ah, interesting.
So we can actually have a reference of our soccer ball actor. And now what we can do,
which we've done this in a different way too, but that's how you do it that way. Interesting.
Is off the event begin play, we can get our soccer ball, check to see is valid. So this is just double checking to see if our soccer...
Oh, there's an is valid thing? Oh, let's go. That's cool. Is valid. Oh. Wait, which one is it? Oh, God. Valid. Okay, so no, not those. It's this. There it is. Okay, question mark. Because I'm like, what is the icon? The icon's a question mark. Look for the question mark. That's how I found it. Interesting.
Soccer ball actually exists if it's not actually deleted. If it is valid, we can get the actor location. And then we can set our ball spawn location.
Okay, he's kind of flying through this. Okay, okay, he flew through this really fast. Oh, okay, so it's, okay. Sets, there, okay. Back to mini player. I didn't even have to go through the video, I was just like, wait a second, he set it? How do we set a thing? That's ball location, that's right, we made the ball location. It's not that, because I thought it was that other node for a second. this one, get water location, but no, that's different. And plug it in.
Like so.
Interesting.
And now what we can do is we can actually set our soccer ball reference to instance editable and expose on spawn. Doing those check marks allow us to do is if we head back over to our level,
Bound save.
we select our goal. You can see under the default we have this soccer ball reference. So what we can do is we can actually hit this little selection right here, and we can actually select our soccer ball actor. And so that allows us to set a reference to the soccer ball in our scene. So now we can move our goal around whatever.
Hold up. That's an issue. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to do this real quick. Boom. Soccer ball. And the goal separately. So that's like the old ones. For some reason, they're getting unloaded. Which I partly figured out, but I got to fully figure that out of how to actually load them. But since they're here, I can actually pick from scene, pick the soccer ball since it's actually now in here. And it's loaded because those are unloaded. So they can't even connect to each other because, you know, that's the reason. So you got to actually do a new ball here. Play, which is going to break them to the other point again. But if I do it, the ball will spawn back in that spot, maybe? Yeah, there we go. That's super sick. So yeah, we had it right. Actually, well, the timing, no. The timing was 0.2 seconds, so it would spawn instantly again, but it still would spawn. Which, that's super sick. Boing. Okay, cool. Oh, wait, what? What? They're saved now. I don't know what the heck is going on. I think maybe because we didn't fully complete the code and we brought them out, maybe it broke them like that in 5.1 versus his version, where he put them out while they're kind of partly broken. Maybe that's why they're unloaded. That's an interesting thing about the, like, health boxes and everything. I mean, hey, you know what? If you have that issue, I guess, you know, do that stuff as well until, you know, figure out the world partition, unless it loaded it in the world partition. I don't know, but that's still bugged for me. Actually, no, it's not. Wait. Focus selection. What? Maybe maybe I actually did have a bug, an engine bug. Because look, there's all the stuff now. I can't still select, but I can see the stuff now, which I don't know where I'm looking here. So where's the soccer? But at least that's good to know.
Change it in real time. So that's partially the power of Blueprint, is you can expose certain variables so that you can tweak things while you're messing around in the editor. That way you don't have to do a lot of back and forth. All right, so that's like, part of me is like, yeah, let's not remember this so we can just do this, but it's like, you got to do this. Like, that is so good for time saving. And it's like, you just got to copy and paste this. Like, this is basically just template code. Like, you just put this, comment it, which I should do, so comment. See, I don't fully I do understand this, but I got to let it digest for me to, like, find a better thing to name this. That's an issue to have this. So it'd be like ball location, but what does that mean? You know, when you come back, what is, like, that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. X... YZ chords. There we go. That's not bad. That's pretty much our soccer blueprint right there. You can score and it spawns a little particle effect. Respawns our little ball. Just like so.
That's so cool.
So we've created a...
That's so cool. Today, we're going to finish this, which is the basic information about blueprints, which is insane. So I'm very excited to see just what we're going to start stepping into next and getting into blueprint-wise.
Lastly, let's go ahead and create something a little bit more advanced, like a little hit actor, something that you see in a Fall Guys game, where you're running around the map and you have little spinny things that will hit you and make your character ragdoll and all that stuff. So let's go ahead and make that real quick.
Which I think we've already created, technically, in the first big tutorial, the 5-hour one, about learning the basics of Unreal by Unreal Sensei.
I'm going to go ahead and close all of these blueprints that I have open.
We're all good with that.
In our content browser, we can add a final folder called hit
Content browser? Oh, in your blueprints. Okay. Thought so.
actor blueprint. And in here, we can add a new blueprint class of the type actor. Name this BP_hit actor. So we can go ahead and double click this to open it up. What we can go ahead and do is first add a static.
Oh. There we go. Get this up there. Save. Compile save. We're getting a static mesh. Okay.
And name this hit actor mesh. And you want to use the project files that I have included. The SM hit actor.
Okay, hold up. And then go over here.
So
Okay.
you can search static mesh _hit actor, like so. And basically this thing is going to rotate around over and over. And when it hits the player, it's going to make our player ragdoll.
Yeah.
So we also need to add a capsule collision around this little hit part. So we can go ahead and rotate this 90 degrees on X and R to scale this up. Move this up like so, just around like that. Actually need to scale this a little bit larger.
Yeah.
And a little bit less, like so. And then two more things, we need to add a arrow. And so we'll go ahead and move this arrow like so and rotate it 90 degrees.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that feature. I'm just making this a little bit more precise here, which is like that. Actually, that's perfect. That's the arrow. Boom. Arrow. Boom. Or rotates. That's right. Rotate it. Push it. And then right here.
Position it
Yes.
right in front of this. And the arrow will help us determine which way is forward for this little hit actor.
Yes.
And then lastly, we're going to add a rotating movement component. So the rotating movement component will automatically rotate our actor around and around.
Oh.
So if we compile and
Well, that's easy. Wait, did we use that before? No. I think we did something different. Interesting, okay.
save this, we can actually drag this into our game.
Oh, save file. Wait, wait, no, it doesn't do it like that, does it?
Here and hit
You're kidding
play.
me. No way. It does. It's that simple. It just hits us and then we just get pushed. That's so cool. I didn't think it was gonna be that easy. We did it a completely different way, which was like through code. Yeah, we did it through blueprints. That's how we first got into blueprints, but that's awesome.
And you can see it's automatically rotating around.
Yeah, that's actually really huge for a lot of stuff. Fans,
What we
rotator
want to
blades.
do is we want to add an event for when this object hits us. We want to ragdoll our character and send our character flying.
So on on capsule collision, so we're gonna get into that.
So we can go ahead and go into our hit actor here.
So capsule?
And in our event graph, we're going to
no, first start with this, okay.
delete all this. Select our capsule, scroll down, and we're going to...
Oh, that's right. It's just... Well, why is this not working? Oh, no, it's because I got this? Is that because... Okay, there we go. Jeez. Figured it out. Okay, yeah, so to go down here on begin hit overlap.
Add an event on begin overlap for the capsule. We're going to cast to third person character. And what we want to do is we want to call an event in the character that will do our hit actor event.
Yes.
So go to your character, select your character,
File.
edit the blueprint.
That's right, because we got to do that too. Boom, boom. Actually, wait. Yeah, I shouldn't go in here. That's right. Crap. Well, I could go in there and search that. Actually, I will. So I'll stay here in this blueprints. I'm trying to get good at this. You should really, like, practice doing that, because that's so good. What I'm doing is Control Spacebar. Make sure to tap in Control Spacebar to bring this up, which I can then dock, which is already docked, but apparently dock it again. So that's there. Third person, blueprints. Go into this, double tap. Here we are. The spaghetti mess. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, we did this. Yeah. Man, I kind of forgot about this. Didn't fully forget, but, like, that's right. Because I thought this was, for some reason, in a different project. It's just, we went through so much already. It's so much, but it's a lot of the same stuff, though. Just with different nodes in between. Pause at the moment he does something, or when someone does something, so I don't see it exactly.
New event.
Right here.
Click.
Yeah, okay, so we're just custom. Okay.
We're going to name this hit by hit actor. So this event is going to have one input, which is this variable. We're going to change this to a vector. And we're going to
Gotta compile and save. There we go. Oh, hit the plus. There we go. And then vector. Okay, so this is interesting.
name this to hit location. And we're going to go back to our BP hit actor, and now we should be able to call hit by hit actor. And we want to get
Okay. Right. Okay, so just make sure. Okay. Hit by actor. Trying to get used to the different types of areas that you can pull out and get different types of nodes.
hit our arrow.
Arrow.
And off of that, we want to get forward vector of our arrow and put it into our variable
Really?
like so. And we're going to use warning because we actually need to compile our third person character BP first
I already did eat.
before we call the hit by hit actor function like that. And we can hook that up, compile that.
Now that's also kind of funny because there's only one right here. Should maybe put something on here? I don't think so. Because you need a custom event to do that.
First. So now back in our...
Oh wait, did he... Let me just make sure. Did I just do that again?
Compile that and we're not getting any
Oh no, that's the same one. Okay.
errors.
Wait. Oh no, never mind. Oh, wait.
Be first before we call the hit by hit actor function like that.
Oh.
And we can hook
I thought
that
you
up,
put...
compile that, and we're not getting any
never mind.
errors.
Okay, no. That's good.
So now back in
Yeah.
our third person character, we need to add obviously all the logic for getting hit by the hit actor. The first thing that we need to do is when we get hit by it, we need to set simulate physics mesh.
Mesh?
So we need to simulate our character.
Oh yes, because that's
Ragdoll.
because that's the character. Because that is... Where exactly? Mesh, right here, character mesh. It's just that is not shown there, the character mesh 0.
And then we're going to add an impulse. So here we're going to do add impulse.
Add...
The target is going to be our...
well, hold up. Add... oh, just regular, because there's like so many. I'm like, wait, what? Also, I didn't click simulate, so make sure you gotta do that. Get this a little bit closer.
Characters mesh.
The mesh. Boom.
And for the impulse location vector, we're going to make vector.
Make.
And we want to dry off the hit actor and
Vector.
do a break vector. And hook up the break vector into the make vector. And then for the Z, what we want to do is put a really large number, 50,000.
Okay.
And actually off of here, we want to multiply this.
Okay, so he's breaking. Okay, so push this back. Okay, so we're gotta get a little bit more space here. Interesting. Wait. Did he do that? Or did he make vector? Hold up. Okay, he's going really fast in these spots.
Off of here, we want to multiply this.
Oh, multiply already. Interesting. So multiply does that. So multiply, boom. Wow. Okay. Interesting. That is nice. It's like a little hotkey. Basically, is just doing that. Cool.
And then we'll right-click,
Oop.
convert pin to float. And you want to name this to 5,000.
Oh.
Like so.
Oh, that's crazy. You can do it like that as well. With the multiply and stuff like this.
So right
I don't know
now-
if you can do that with everything, though. Maybe? Compile save. Okay, why is there not just one button? Can I do that in save and compile? Always? Save and compile? Yes. I'm just gonna do that.
We can go ahead and test this out by going.
Because I've never had a situation that I did not want to compile and save.
Over here. We see our character goes flying in the air. And what we actually need to do is set our character. Mesh,
We're still going up.
scroll down to the
Still going
collision
up.
and you want to set the collision.
It's the Pokemon show. Go back into third person. Go to mesh. What is it? Collision? Collision presets, character mesh to
Some presets to set of character mesh. You want to
Ragdoll?
set this to ragdoll.
Whoa.
Compile and save that.
Interesting. So we are saying, or saving. Awesome. Still stuck in doing that. We're saving time doing this, but I wonder how new this stuff is because we can technically do that a different way through the blueprints, just like in Unreal 5. Especially, I mean, keep in mind, Unreal 5 1.0, that's important because the more stuff is getting advanced and like those little settings are changing, moving around because they're trying to make everything more convenient. I would probably always will go into this route in the future, maybe. I would have to think about that of like the use cases, because again, there's probably different use cases, but that's something we would just have to venture out together doing the more stuff. But hey,
Back in here, we're going to hit play.
this is Ragdolls.
We get hit now. You can see it's a little bit more realistic. As you can see here, it's still hitting our actual capsule component.
Oh, it
Just
is?
sending our character flying in the air
Oh, well,
over
I can't
and
tell.
over.
Because mine just...
You can also see here we still have our capsule component which you can run around, and there's a lot of stuff that is wrong. So let's go ahead and fix all that.
I didn't realize that.
So when our character is hit, we actually don't want them to be able to move around. We'll go ahead and get our character movement, disable.
Huh? Oh, character... Okay, so it looks... Okay. That's another thing. That's funny. Wow, you can see how old that is. It's the box. They didn't even have an icon yet, so it's just straight up just a white box. But now it's a person with like a little icon. Okay, good to know, good to know. I know a few other ones are like that as well. Like they're not just only like that, but icons change and all that.
Character movement, disable movement. That way they can't move around. Then we're going to do a delay for about 5 seconds, so they can't move
So
for
just
about
put 5
seconds. And then after 5
yep,
seconds, we can go ahead and set simulate physics. We can change this back to do not simulate. You're gonna see this little node here looks really annoying.
Okay.
It's not all straightened out. You can actually add reroute nodes by double clicking
Oh, it's just double click.
and then double click again. just like so. So it's a little bit
Hey, okay.
more neat. And then off of here, we want to attach component to component. We want to attach our mesh,
component to component,
our character mesh, back to our capsule component.
Okay, so we want... Now he's pulling a lot of these again. Could we just use the same one? The capsule component, so we need both of them. So mesh goes first, capsule goes second. The target and the parent.
So that our character gets reattached to our capsule component, the one that we control and move around. We want to keep this to snap the target, and then keep relative scale.
Okay. Snap the target, snap the target.
Drag off of the mesh, set relative location. Relative location.
I hate when that
would be
happens. Set relative location.
0, 0, and then negative 95.
Okay, so 95. This is interesting though, doing it this way, because we did less nodes before to achieve the same thing here. So it's interesting.
The reason
Again,
why we're doing
use
this
cases.
is because if we were to just attach our mesh back to our component after ragdolling, it would be in a weird rotation, all that stuff, and so we need to reset the rotation to what it is in the viewport. If you select the viewport, you can see here our rotation. That's exactly what we're doing here. And then off of the mesh, we want to do
maybe not? Mine's negative 89.
set relative.
Wait, no. Mine's 207. Wait. Let me just make sure he's pointing at the right one, because I might have to adjust that.
Rotation.
Oh, no.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, so he's, so it's this. Okay, so mine's 89. Okay. Good to know, good to know.
If you select the viewport, you can see here our rotation.
Yes, yes.
That's exactly what we're doing here. And then off of the mesh, we want to do set relative.
Okay, so he's doing it. Okay, so now he's doing it with this mesh. Oh, relative.
Rotation as well.
Relative rotation.
Look that up and set the Z to negative 90. And last but not least, we need to let them move their character around. So we'll do get the
Set relative location. Okay, so he's put this here. But wait, I feel like the targets. Wait, is there two of them? No. Okay, so it still made that. Okay, so he's doing this. I see. Okay. Oh, I see, because he's... Okay, so he's connecting them like this. I see, I see. Because they're all going this way, so we probably wanted to do something like this so we could tell which one's going where. Home. Can I do something like that, maybe? Would be a little bit easier to tell.
character movement and set movement mode.
Set movement mode.
So that will basically undo everything that happens here. So we're setting the physics, adding an impulse so they go flying, stopping the movement, waiting for 5 seconds, and then we're undoing all that by undo set simulate physics, attach the mesh back to our component.
Target. Okay, so attach the mesh back to the component, which is the capsule, which is the collision.
Set its location rotation back to normal, and then allow the character to move around freely.
Okay, so I see. Okay, I see. I wish he explained that a little bit better, But that's awesome. So we got not just only a ragdoll system, but we got a spawn system as well in here. So yes, this is better. It's definitely superior. Now, it's kind of funny that it does do that. I feel like that's a bug of some kind. Why does it reset your location like that? Like, it should probably already do that for you and not really need to do that yourself. But that's like an engine thing that they would have to do, which it would be a little complicated. Like target and everything. So that's why we have to do it each time because we're targeting different things here. Either way, this is cool.
So now, if we compile a save, I'm going to go ahead and move this.
Now, I could maybe replace that delay with like a keybind. So I could, delay and maybe add a keybind too. So then you can press E to respawn, not just automatically.
Soccer stuff out of the way. And move this like so. Hit play.
Oh.
You can...
Oh wait, did it do it again? Oh no, it's still getting hit.
And you can see we're still getting hit by this mesh. We can't move around.
There we go. Oh no, I got hit again.
And so let's go ahead and fix that real quick. And so what exactly is happening is our capsule collision is still there. And it's still hitting it over and over and over.
So it's got to reset back to
the... adding an impulse and sends our character flying a little bit. So instead of doing that, what we can do is we can add a new variable. We'll type boolean.
Ooh, okay.
You can say is knocked out question mark. And so before we do everything here, again, I'm just going to select everything and move it over. Before we hit our character, we're going to check and see. Get our is knocked out, do a branch.
I was about to say, are we branching?
So check and see if our character is knocked out. Because if it is not...
Okay, so... Sorry to pause this, but let me do this. Wait. Is not out. Yeah, okay,
knocked out, then we don't want to do anything. Because it's already waiting on the ground. If not, we want to set the variable.
Oh, okay.
To is knocked out. And then...
Oh, okay. Oh, false. Because we're setting it... Make sure. Yeah. Interesting. So I think some of my questions I had earlier in this learning series is like, how would I do like some of the is not out booleans? How would I actually connect some of the stuff with a branch? I would have to do something like this sometimes, if not most of the time, where it's like is not out because is false. It's a little confusing. It's hard to explain, but I'm starting to see the picture here of what it's doing. That's actually really, this is big. This is big code here. This is big. Mainly it's like this 3-piece of like branching or doing branching type of stuff. But the thing is, you kind of have to with this because you have the issues of like what's going on. So it's like you kind of, this is like needed.
At the very end, we want to set our variable back to normal.
Yeah. That's so, okay, that's so cool. So yeah, oh, that's so cool.
So that they aren't knocked out. And another thing...
Because that's how he resets it. Awesome. I thought it automatically, but no, so that's actually a full loop around. That's awesome.
Is actually back in the hit actor. I want to go to the hit actor mesh. And under the collisions here, I want to custom and let the camera.
Custom. Okay, so it's in the collision presets. Custom. What the heck?
Ignore the camera.
Ignore the camera?
For the hit actor.
Wait. Hit actor mesh?
Hit actor mesh. Collision settings. Custom camera. Camera ignore. That way we don't have that thing running in our camera. So look at that.
Oh. I see.
Only does it once and it's not colliding with our camera.
That's much better.
We respawn.
Is it a proper respawn? Not really.
Character like that. So that's cool and all, but let's go ahead and actually adjust the value for how much it hits our character for. So let's actually change this to something like 50,000.
Okay.
So now, when we do this add impulse, we should send our character flying a lot more.
Ah, I see. Ah, there we go.
Now we can respawn here. If we run into this, we're going to send our character flying in the air.
That's so sick.
And then we respawn. Okay, so let's say you wanted to add actually more of these hit actors by just dragging them out like so. We hit play, they're all spinning in the same direction. Let's say we want to have them spin in different directions. That way they're all not spinning at the same rotation. So one way we could do that is if we go into our hit actor blueprint in our rotating movement, we see our rotation rate, and it's rotating.
Hold up. I was adjusting that to make that a little bit more of a mini game. So okay, right here, rotation rate.
180 degrees on the z-axis.
Yes.
So we can actually change that variable. We don't want to change it in here, but what we want to do is we want to
say we don't want it globally.
New variable, and we want to change this to.
Okay, we are in the hit actor.
The vector type.
No, he's got icons. I don't. Are they redoing the icons now? Or is that a bug? I don't know.
We can change this to rotation rate.
Okay, so vector rotation rate. Okay.
Compile and save that. I want to instance editable expose on spawn, and in our event begin play, in our event graph we'll add a event begin play, and what we'll do is we'll get our rotating movement, new set rotation.
Okay, we're getting the rotation movement, which was just adding rotation movement, so we're getting that
rate. And it looks like we actually need to change this
set to rotation rate.
A rotator type variable. So we can click change variable type.
Boom. That's cool. Okay, so that's really cool down there.
Compile, save that.
Wait. Change this to rotator? Oh. Did it work? Wait, what happened? Does it not change the color? Oh no, wait, what? This could break connections. Do you want to search? Oh god. Okay.
Get our rotator rate and set that in like so.
Oh Jesus, okay.
So this will allow us to change this rotator movement value to this value that we set and what we set it and expose it on spawn. So let's go ahead and give this a default value of 180.
Wait. Okay, so click on this. 80? Okay.
On the z-axis. That way it just has a default spin. So now if we go into our editor, we can actually select these, and you can see we have this node rotation rate.
I see.
So we can do something like negative 180, and then negative 140 maybe. Save that, play. You can see these are rotating at different rates, and we can actually even change this even more. If we do this
rotating?
like negative 50, 100.
I mean, it's still the same thing because they're rotating
at all different rates. Actually, you can see that's a little bit too slow for us. So actually, we'll go ahead and do this negative 180 again.
Hey, let's go.
180 like so, and so they're all rotating at different lengths. Makes it a little bit trickier to run in.
Oh.
And we can define these variables in our viewport in our scene instead of duplicating our actor multiple times to have different values and so on.
That's huge, and like I guess optimization. I mean, less blueprints, less having to like, okay, I got blueprint number 20 dash something dash whatever, because you got to have like all these different setups, turn left, turn right, down, all that type of stuff. Depending on what you want, like different speeds. But yes, there's definitely more game. Welcome.
We can just use the power of blueprint to expose a variable and have it be different for each actor in our scene. One more fix also, if you equip your hat and if you get hit by a hit actor, you're going to notice you start bugging out. And that's because the collision on our hat mesh right here needs to actually be set to nothing. So if you go into your third person character.
Ooh, that's a funny thing. Okay. Hat mesh. Because I was thinking, like, what are we doing with the hat mesh?
We want to set the collision from block all.
Collision.
To no collision. Now if we hit play, we can equip our hat. We can hit by an actor, and it'll look all normal like
okay.
usual.
That's actually really huge.
So that's pretty much going to be a wrap for this video. We've learned how to create a simple open and close door to a hat pickup, to then adding damage to our character, having health bar, also healing our character, creating a little soccer goal blueprint that respawns the soccer ball, to then creating a little hit actor that hits our character and simulates physics.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Hope you guys learned a lot in this blueprint beginner tutorial. I'm going to make another tutorial following this one up called Blueprint Intermediate, and then another tutorial called Blueprint Advanced. So in the intermediate, we're going to talk about more common things that you can create in Blueprint. And then in the advanced, we're going to take things a bit further and talk about some advanced topics in Blueprint. So anyways, guys, if you enjoyed the video, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe button. I put a lot of effort into these tutorials and videos, and you guys do not want to miss out in any future tutorials. So anyways, that's it for this video. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
That was an amazing tutorial. That, especially with, okay, so that's good because I didn't know. I already had his next video set up. I already had that. I didn't look into them. I just skimmed through to see if they were actually good videos and were of relevance and not just out of dated. So good to know that that's what. Okay, so that's good because I didn't know what. Knowing that we're actually going to be encountering more common stuff, and then the advanced is the part where we get into the deep end of blueprints, which we haven't even gotten into the deep end, which is crazy to think about. We're still in the shallow kiddie pool right now with all this stuff, but all this stuff is still still really good to get my heels up here or something. But actually no, then I go in, score goal, there we go. But then also we gotta open our door. If this feels crazy though. It's hard to describe, but definitely a lot of knowledge is getting absorbed. And he did explain it really well. Because blueprints is coding, and coding alone is hard to explain, yet try to explain this. You can code in 3D space. How do you get that person to picture this in their brain? You know what I mean? That's where it's even trippier when you actually start thinking, oh wait, this is legit just 3D space of coding. It's so cool with modules that adjusts and you can move the lines and everything by double clicking. That's crazy.